Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, see how solar sails are being developed for deep space exploration. We'll also see how NASA technology is being used to help protect some of America's most important documents. Plus, we'll take a look at how the next generation of reusable launch vehicles is being developed. And Johnny Alonso finds out exactly how GPS works. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to Destination Tomorrow.
This program will uncover how past, present, and future research is creating today's knowledge to answer the questions and solve the challenges of tomorrow.
Up first, we look at a new way for spacecraft to travel to distant destinations. New lightweight solar sails might soon become the standard mechanism to power spacecraft. These reflective structures use energy from the sun rather than rocket power to move through space.
These sails are not only less expensive than current rocket-powered spacecraft, but can potentially be 4 to 6 times faster. This increased speed and cost savings could change the way we study deep space.
Jennifer Pulley spoke with Dr. Keith Belvin at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Throughout humankind's early history, the quest for greater knowledge and understanding fueled the need for exploration. For centuries, the vehicle most early explorers used to achieve this exploration was a ship with sails. But because these ships depended on wind pushing against the sails for forward motion, they were generally very slow, unpredictable, and often very dangerous. Today, with the multitude of ways that humans now possess to travel, the sail, with all of its limitations, has been relegated to recreational status rather than a serious tool for exploration.
But a new idea might change the way we think about sails. NASA researchers are actually developing a new type of sail that will use the sun's light to propel spacecraft deep into space. These solar sails are so promising that someday they may replace slower, more costly propulsion systems for deep space exploration. I spoke with Dr. Keith Belvin at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Well, the idea for solar sails has been around for a very long time. Maxwell, back in 1873, predicted the existence of solar pressure lights. So we've known about solar pressure for a long time, but it wasn't until recently that we were able to build solar sails with the lightweight materials and structures that are needed.
Tell me about these lightweight materials and structures. How are they being used?
Well, the key to building a solar sail is, of course, to make it very large and very lightweight. For a useful solar sail, it has to have a weight of less than 10 grams per square meter. For example, copier paper has a weight of 70 grams per square meter. So we're talking about some materials that are much lighter than that. One of the things that NASA's done over the last decade is to work on materials that can be processed to just a couple microns. That's a couple millionths of a meter thick. And these lightweight, thin materials then are made space durable so they can withstand the radiation and temperatures of space.
Dr. Belvin, tell me how a solar sail works.
The basic principle is much like a ship on the sea that uses sails to capture the wind.
The sun is constantly emitting light, or photons, in all directions. Since the photons have mass and are in motion, their momentum produces a pressure when reflected by a surface. When a spacecraft uses a solar sail for propulsion, the sail's reflective surface transfers a continuous force from the photons to propel the craft through space, much like a sailing ship uses wind to push it across the water. Since the pressure being emitted from the photons is very low, the force is small. But because the sail will have a constant source of energy, it is continuously accelerating and can reach speeds upwards of 155,000 miles per hour. This speed could cut years off travel time during long-duration interstellar flights. In addition, the constant propulsive force provided by the sun's light allows the spacecraft to travel in orbits that are not affordable using conventional propulsion.
So can solar sails be used on all types of missions?
Well, in addition to solar sails having to be lightweight for various missions, the spacecraft they're propelling has to be very lightweight. But there are many missions where, with the miniaturization of electronics, that the spacecraft science sensors are very small and lightweight. And those systems are very amenable to being propelled by a solar sail. For example, we're looking at missions in the future where we do interstellar transfer of science instruments using solar sails.
So do we see solar sails only being used in deep space?
Well, there are missions where solar sails can be used close to the Earth's orbit. They don't all have to be long-duration interstellar type missions. The constant acceleration that a solar sail produces gives it an orbit trajectory that is not achievable by some other means. For example, we can fly a science payload to measure the magnetic storms emanating from the sun.
How do you deploy such a large structure into space?
But to deploy a solar sail in space is quite a challenge. First of all, the sail has to be packaged in a small size to fit into the launch vehicles. Near-term sail missions are on the order of 70 meters to up to 150 meters in size. And so it's a real challenge to package those tightly and then deploy in space. Two aspects probably are most important for deploying a solar sail. The first is deploying the booms that hold the membranes in place. We're using inflation to push the booms out and to the right location, and then we cool the booms to rigidize them. The second aspect is deploying the sail, the thin film membranes that we've talked about. Those will incorporate ripstop so that if there's a small tear, it doesn't propagate very far. In addition, we have to deploy those so that we don't affect the sail's reflective performance. And so special measures are taken to maintain the integrity of that sail.
What is the future of this program?
I would say within the next dozen years or so, solar sails will be used routinely to propel spacecraft. Continual improvements in the sail technology will allow them to be used for extreme environments like near-sun missions. Over the next 20 years, most importantly, we'll have the technology in hand to do interstellar missions. These are kilometer-sized solar sails that weigh only 1 to 2 grams per square meter. The technology being developed today at NASA is going to enable us to unlock a lot of the secrets of the universe. Not only will we be able to look at distant places using telescopes, we'll actually be able to send science instruments to some of those locations using solar sails.
Researchers at NASA are continuing to improve the materials used for solar sails every day, making them stronger and lighter. Coming up, we find out how some NASA detective work helped preserve the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the Constitution. But first, did you know that the inspiration for solar sail technology came from the 17th century astronomer Johannes Kepler? Kepler deduced that winds blew objects around in space after he observed comet tails blown by what appeared to be a solar breeze. Kepler suggested that eventually ships might navigate through space using sails that could catch this wind.
The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence, also known as the Charters of Freedom, are obviously three of the most important American documents ever written. They not only guide and guarantee liberties for all Americans, but have also been modeled by dozens of other countries around the world. So when signs of premature deterioration began to show on the documents, conservators became very alarmed. To help find out what was causing the deterioration and how it could be stopped, the National Archives turned to NASA researchers for an answer. Tonya St. Romain finds out more.
In the late 1700s, three of the world's most important documents were written here in the United States. Now called the Charters of Freedom, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights were conceived and written by early Americans who believed that tyrannical rule and oppression should be replaced by individual liberties and freedom. Until the mid-20th century, these documents were proudly displayed for the general public, but the years of inadequate preservation left them a bit faded and brittle. This all changed in 1951 when the documents were placed in specially adapted encasements which were designed to slow down the deterioration process. These glass encasements were filled with inert helium, which would protect the documents from the harmful chemically corrosive effects of air, keeping them safe for generations to come. But in the late 1990s, conservators began noticing that the documents were, in fact, still showing signs of deterioration. Mysterious small white spots were appearing inside the encasements and on the documents. To help determine the cause of the deterioration and how to fix the problem, the National Archives asked researchers at NASA to perform a series of tests on the atmosphere inside the encasements. I spoke with Dr. Joel LaVergne at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
In 1951, the National Bureau of Standards, which is now NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, was asked by the National Archives to preserve these very important documents, the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. It became apparent several years prior to 1998 that some mysterious white spots appeared in all encasements, and over time, over several years, they increased in number. The National Archive conservators wanted to know if we had technology that could determine the chemical composition of the encasements non-invasively. Non-invasively means without extracting air. We didn't want to touch the air, we didn't want to touch the encasement. We wanted to come up with some technique that could tell us the answer without disturbing the contents of the encasement, both the documents and the atmosphere. After considerable discussion, we decided we should use a technique called laser spectroscopy. What the laser did is provide energy at the very wavelength that water vapor absorbs, and as we looked at the absorption, we could determine what the background gas was. We're interested in not the document, but the atmosphere in the encasement that's protecting the document. What we found is that the gas that was sealed 50 years ago was still there.
When the laser studies were done, NASA researchers conclusively determined that helium in the encasements had not leaked out. This determination only increased concerns over the origin of the mysterious white spots. Most conservators believed that chemically corrosive air had leaked into the encasements, causing the damage. With this belief dispelled, the puzzle only intensified.
So in some instance, we actually went back to step one because we still had the problem. The problem is what is responsible for these white spots. We eliminated air as a corrosive agent. And the next thing the National Archives asked us is, could we tell them non-invasively how much water vapor was in the encasement?
Because the documents were written on sheepskin, which requires a small amount of water vapor for stability, the relative humidity inside the encasements was originally set between 25 and 35%. To determine if the humidity levels had changed, the NASA researchers needed to measure the relative humidity inside the sealed encasement. The first technique considered involved placing the encasements in a freezer to cause the condensation of gaseous water vapor to liquid water droplets. This idea was rejected due to the distinct possibility that the documents inside could be damaged by the condensed water. It was later decided that the humidity could be checked by using a very inexpensive device called a thermal electrocooler. This device would sample only a small area of the encasements, keeping the documents inside safe.
I called up the archives and I said, we just have to freeze a small part of it at the edge where there is no document, no ink, and we can solve your problem.
When the humidity levels were checked, it was found that the levels inside the encasement were 60 to 65%, twice the expected relative humidity. This is because when the documents were originally sealed in 1951, the relative humidity in Washington, D.C. was very high. The backing paper that the documents were laid upon had actually soaked up water vapor like a sponge. Once the documents were encased, the water vapor inside the backing paper could not escape, so it remained in the encasement's atmosphere, causing the humidity to rise.
The white spots were basic or alkaline chemicals that were pulled out of the glass because of the presence of high levels of water vapor. And now, when the National Archives opens with its new encasements, we are all sure that the documents will be stable for many centuries. And in some small part, NASA scientists and NASA technology help preserve these documents for many generations to come.
To better understand aerodynamic forces, early pilots and engineers pushed aircraft's tolerances to the limit. But by pushing the limits, some pilots experienced a very frightening aerodynamic phenomenon called a flat spin. In an effort to better understand this phenomenon, NASA's predecessor, NACA, developed a unique wind tunnel called the 20-foot vertical spin tunnel. This tunnel was designed to not only study the unique flight conditions of an aircraft in spin, but also teach pilots recovery techniques to avoid a fatal crash. The research performed at this tunnel would have a direct impact on virtually every American aircraft from World War II through today. Early in 1941, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA, completed its new 20-foot vertical spin tunnel.
this tunnel tested a very different type of flight situation than the tunnels researchers were accustomed to using. The traditional way to test aircraft in a wind tunnel is by mounting an aircraft in the wind stream to evaluate the aircraft's flight characteristics. This type of testing is very effective when testing an aircraft in normal flight situations. But data from a traditional wind tunnel could not adequately account for unusual flight conditions, like a flat spin. As a plane enters a flat spin, air is not moving over the control surfaces as it should, which renders the plane's controls virtually useless. To help find ways for aircraft to recover from these dangerous spins, researchers test small-scale models in the spin tunnel. The idea behind the spin tunnel is simple. A large fan pulls a column of air up through the middle of the tunnel. Then a researcher launches an airplane model directly into the airflow by hand. As the model spins downward, the operator increases wind speeds until the model's fall is just balanced by the uprushing air. Then the control surfaces of the model are systematically activated electromagnetically to find out which ones allow the model to recover from the spin. The same basic technique that was used in 1941 is still being used today, but researchers now use computers to track unique markers on the bottom of the plane to measure the aircraft's spin characteristics. With these measurements, researchers can determine design modifications and pilot training procedures which can help pull a plane out of a spin, saving the plane and the pilot from a catastrophic accident. This simple system has worked especially well over the years. During World War II, every fighter, light bomber, attack plane, and trainer, over 300 designs in all, were tested in the spin tunnel. Subsequently, over half of these aircraft were modified in some way to ensure that their controls would be able to pull them out of a spin. Today, the spin tunnel is still testing many different types of designs, from small general aviation planes to the Mars sample return capsules. Since it opened for business in 1941, nearly every American military fighter has been tested in this tunnel. However, with 10% of all military air accidents still occurring due to the flat spin, the NASA Langley 20-foot vertical spin tunnel will undoubtedly continue to save lives for many years to come.
Before the spin tunnel was built, researchers sometimes tested aircraft spin characteristics by simply dropping airplane models from high buildings. Coming up, we find out about the next generation of reusable launch vehicles. But first, did you know that Lieutenant Francis Evans became one of the first aviators to develop an effective spin recovery technique? In 1917, while attempting to get his pontoon plane into a loop, Lieutenant Evans inadvertently went into a spin. As he maneuvered out of the spin, he realized that he had unwittingly discovered an effective spin recovery maneuver. He was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross nearly 20 years later for his life-saving discovery.
Reusable launch vehicles like the Space Shuttle are a vital type of spacecraft for close Earth operations. With the International Space Station providing a platform for unique scientific experiments, a reliable multi-use craft like the Space Shuttle is needed. Since the early 90s, researchers at NASA have been developing new types of reusable launch vehicles which will replace the aging Space Shuttle. These new spacecraft will be safer, less expensive, and much more durable. Stephanie Tsai spoke with Charlie Cockrell at NASA Langley Research Center to find out what the future holds for the next generation of reusable spacecraft.
The ability to travel into space is still a relatively recent event in human history. To get to space, early astronauts traveled in very expensive space capsules, which were only used once before being retired. These systems worked well, but it was realized that a reusable system should be implemented over the single-use capsule system. So in the early 1980s, the world's first and only reusable launch vehicle, the Space Shuttle, came into service. With the shuttle in service, spaceflight became much more accessible and less expensive, while also truly expanding technological and scientific exploration. But in a continued effort to make spaceflight even less expensive and much safer for astronauts, NASA researchers have been looking toward the next generation of reusable space launch vehicles.
To help develop the next generation of spacecraft, NASA researchers have been developing and testing a lot of new vehicle technologies. Some of these new vehicles are so revolutionary that they may soon change the way we all think of space travel. I spoke with Charlie Cockrell at NASA Langley Research Center to help explain the next generation of space vehicles.
NASA's goal is to make space travel safer, more reliable, and more cost-effective. One of the goals of the Next Generation Launch Technology Program is to provide routine access to the International Space Station, provide a safer way for crew return from the space station, and to also look at other opportunities in space and be able to do that on a routine basis.
Charlie, how are these new spacecraft so different from the space shuttle we're used to seeing?
Our vision is to really move towards spacecraft that look and operate more like conventional aircraft. So we want to do things like have less turnaround time in between missions. They're going to be more reliable to operate, less repairs that will have to take place in between missions. One of the chief differences between the space shuttle and the vehicles that you're going to see in the future is we're looking at more advanced types of propulsion systems. So they're going to look and operate much differently than the shuttle.
So what are some of the technologies you're using to develop these new vehicles?
Well, in addition to the advanced propulsion systems, we are developing a number of different vehicle technologies that are going to be directly applicable to the next generation set of launch vehicles.
One of NASA's major requirements is to develop new technologies and vehicles to transport crews and cargo to and from the International Space Station. Because the space station is relatively close to Earth and needs to be resupplied frequently, the most logical choice is a reusable spacecraft. One idea under consideration is an air-breathing craft rather than a rocket-propelled spacecraft. To break Earth's gravitational field, a craft needs to reach about 17,500 miles per hour. Currently, this is being accomplished through the use of a series of rockets. These rockets not only carry large amounts of fuel, but must also carry liquid oxygen to mix with the fuel for maximum thrust. Although this system is effective, it is very expensive and can be dangerous. The benefit of an air-breathing craft is that it would not need to carry its own oxygen. It would scoop oxygen from the Earth's atmosphere into a special engine called a scramjet. This system would allow the craft to reach the speed required to break the pull of the gravitational field, sending it into space. Because the craft is not carrying its own oxygen, the weight will be reduced by up to 50%. This could reduce spaceflight costs by a factor of 10, bringing current payload costs from about $10,000 per pound to about $1,000 per pound. So is scramjet technology the only concept you're looking at?
Now, we're actually studying a wide range of technologies that include different configuration shapes, different numbers of stages in the vehicle, different types of propulsion systems. Most of the longer-term applications do use scramjets, but we're also looking at something that we would call combined cycle propulsion, which would actually take elements of rocket propulsion, scramjets, high-speed turbojet engines, and maybe other advanced propulsion cycles so that we can use the benefits of those at different points in the flight.
So where will this program be in the next 10, 15, 20 years?
I think we're going to be well on our way to developing a next-generation reusable launch vehicle system. Whether or not we will actually have an operational system in the next 10 to 15 years is going to be dependent on what the nation's needs are and how we address that as an overall strategy. But we are developing technologies that can not only be included in a vehicle that would be developed in, say, the next 10 to 15 years, but we're also developing a lot more advanced technologies that would be good for vehicles that are going to be developed in, say, the next 20 to 30 years. And we're doing all of that by utilizing all of the unique capabilities that we have at our NASA field centers across the country.
One of the most useful developments for professional pilots, drivers, and seamen in recent years has been the GPS receiver.
These receivers are also being used by hikers, golfers, and fishermen for recreational purposes. However, many people who use this technology still don't know exactly how it works.
Our own Johnny Alonso finds out how this complex system helps keep many of us on track and on schedule.
Trying to figure out where you are and where you're going has always been a challenge. Navigation and positioning are crucial to so many activities, and yet the process has not always been easy. Thankfully, the days of navigating by celestial means or landmarks are long gone since the introduction of GPS, or the Global Positioning System. So what is GPS? For some answers, I spoke with Dr. Kevin Dutton at NASA Langley to find out how it works.
GPS stands for the Global Positioning System, and like the name suggests, it's a system to find your location anywhere on the Earth or near the Earth's surface. And the way it does that is by using radio frequency broadcasts from orbiting satellites.
Can you tell me why GPS was originally developed?
It was developed by the Defense Department to meet all of their navigational needs. For example, aircraft and ships at sea. And now even individual soldiers carry little receivers like this in the field to find out where they are.
The global positioning system consists of a constellation of 24 satellites and their ground stations working together. GPS uses these man-made stars as reference points to calculate positions accurate to a matter of meters, and in some cases centimeters. As long as you have a GPS receiver and a clear view of the sky and a map, you'll never be lost again. Today, GPS is finding its way into cars, boats, planes, construction equipment, farm machinery, even laptop computers. So how does the system work?
Let's say you're backpacking and you have a receiver with you. You're going to turn on that receiver. Now the GPS satellites are constantly broadcasting a signal, all 24 of them, but above you at any one time there's only 12 available, and then the other 12 are on the other side of the Earth.
Okay.
So your receiver is going to listen and try to find at least 4 of these satellites directly above you, and then it's going to determine a range to each satellite, and it's going to use those ranges and the known locations of the satellites, and it's going to do some mathematical calculations in a process called trilateration, and it's going to figure out where that GPS receiver is. That'll also give you altitude, and it'll give you speed and the direction that you're traveling in.
A standard GPS receiver will not only place you on a map at any particular location, but will also trace your path across a map as you move. If you leave your receiver on, it can stay in constant communication with GPS satellites to see how your location is changing. With this information and its built-in clock, the receiver can give you several pieces of valuable information like how far you've traveled, how long you've been traveling, your current speed and your average speed. Also, the estimated time of arrival at your destination if you maintain your current speed.
There's a lot of uses that they hadn't really thought about when they developed the system. For example, later on it was discovered that if you put multiple antennas on a vehicle, like an aircraft for instance, you could actually get attitude. You could figure out its orientation and whether it was rolling or pitching or yawing. Other things that they didn't realize they could really do were, for instance, seismologists use it for earthquake detection and to find out when tectonic plates are actually shifting apart. It's that good.
Something else.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Sure. So that's how it works. So the next time you want to know where you are or where you're going, don't reach for a map. Reach for your GPS. Now, which button is it here to press for a date for tonight's gathering?
That's all for this edition of Destination Tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild.
See the arm?
Yeah, that's the baby?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was thinking tinier.
We are very careful that the message and conservation of the environment and the biodiversity here in Sabah goes to the children, to the future generations.
I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
Sandwiched between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans, the island of Borneo is a long way from the United States. Over 8,000 miles from the California coast, in fact. This third largest island in the world is about twice the size of the state of Montana and is rich in biodiversity. Borneo supports a variety of wildlife, around 220 species of mammals, over 600 bird species, reptiles, amphibians, and some of the world's rarest primates, including the great ape we're here to see, the orangutan. Borneo is an island in transition, made up of 3 different countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. Progress and advancement have historically clashed with nature, destroying forests, reducing lands and important habitat for wildlife. But here, the Malaysians are discovering that coexistence is possible. Thrilling as it is to be in Borneo, the drive to Danum Valley Conservation Area begins like any long drive, longer than expected. But neither the crew nor I mind, because on our journey to see orangutans, we pass a lot of other Bornean wildlife. Hornbills, snakes, and then an amazing surprise. Oh, you can hear some more coming down. Bornean pygmy elephants. Oh, their feet, you can see the trees moving, feeding, bathing, eating, messing around. Little baby over here. Smallest species of elephant that there is in the world. Females probably no bigger than 6 or 7 feet, males no bigger than 8 feet. Listen to that, listen to that. A little bit of trumpeting, a little bit of social stuff going on. There are estimated to be less than 1,500 Bornean pygmy elephants left in the wild. And to literally round a curve and come upon this endangered species like we did was beyond incredible. So we just heard some trumpeting.
Yeah.
Did they basically
that's
say
warning.
it's time to go?
Yeah, it's time to go.
Look at that, that is so cool.
They can sense there's something wrong.
The matriarch just probably trumpeted. We heard some trumpeting. And she said, time to go. We take that as our cue to roll too. Our 4.5-hour drive to the lodge is taking us twice as long. But to see this much wildlife before we even get to the lodge is so worth the time. Borneo in the day is one thing. Just imagine what creeps around after dark. This is a night walk where you can find the coolest critters that are out at night. These are all the nocturnal critters of Borneo. We certainly have seen some amazing animals during the day, so I am really excited about seeing what we can find tonight. So cool. One of the first species of frog we run across is a harlequin flying frog. Borneo has the most species of flying animals than any other place in the world. And if anybody ever believed that a frog could fly, this would be it. This guy uses these sticky little feet when he lands on a tree, but he uses these great rear feet and the amount of skin that's in between them as a way to help him glide through the trees. Look at all that. All right, let's let you go. There you go, buddy. Good job. Let's go look for more stuff. This would be cool. What'd you find? A mouse deer. I want to see. Yeah, what's it? Now, is this the smallest species of deer on Borneo?
Yes.
These guys are only active at night?
They're active at night.
Because I certainly didn't see any during the day.
No, they're active at night, yeah. So the larger species is the sambar, and this is the smaller.
Oh, there he goes. Let's go find some more stuff. We found the coolest animal that there is on board. Okay, maybe right after the orangutan, or maybe the pygmy elephant, but this little guy called the tarsier is a small primate, but it's made up of the parts of every other animal that you could think of. It's got the ears of a bat with really cool ridges on the inside to help it hear better. It's got the eyes of an owl. It's huge for the size of its body. It's got the tail of a rat, a little hairless thing. It's got the hands and feet of a frog because it hangs onto the trees so tightly. And it's got the fur of a primate. The coolest little animal, just only about this big. So cute. It's been a day and night full of Bornean wildlife, much more than we expected. But it's time for us non-nocturnal animals to head off to bed. We have a full day ahead of us tomorrow. An exciting day in our search for orangutans. Look at this. The bugs here, look at that, pill bug, are just like amazing in size. These guys eat the leaf litter, and they're the ones, they digest it, and out the other end comes nutrient-rich soil. Without these guys and all the other bugs that are around here, you wouldn't see any of the trees, you wouldn't see any of the other animals up here. It's all about the bugs. These are the most important guys, right here. It's a bug. We've gotten word that the trackers have located one of the orangutans, and right now what we're hearing is that it's a mom with a baby, I'm hoping that it's an orangutan that they've been tracking for a while. They've been following some for the entire length of the project for about 10 years now. So I'm really excited to get out there and take a look at the mom and the baby. When translated, orangutan literally means person of the forest. And as we trek deeper into the woods, I feel like a true person of the forest myself.
Here we go. The bridge over Borneo.
This is so gorgeous. Oh my God.
Look at those trees there.
Yeah.
On the left.
Hey, don't swing the bridge.
You gotta be quick because the elephants are coming.
Not sure whether or not Ced's joking. I move off that bridge pretty quickly. But not too long after, we see them.
So agile. And they know where to grab and they know when to...
See, that's what's remarkable. They're
grab.
making those decisions like before
on the spot.
they leave. Yeah, and you know, I mean, it's like,
No,
I'm just gonna go there, and now I'm gonna go here, now I'm gonna go here, and I happen to be 100 feet up in the air with no net. Their ability to climb, swing from branch to branch, and balance is really amazing. But orangutans are known for more than just their physical agility. I will bet that I could not find anybody who has worked with orangutans that would not tell you that they are thinking, reasoning, and scheming. So it's really fun to be able to know some orangutans and yet come out here and see them in the wild and really realize why they need those skills. Survival in the wild is not easy. Bornean orangutans eat an amazing variety of foods: fruits, leaves, bark, flowers, nuts, and occasionally insects and even small mammals. Females can weigh a little over 100 pounds and males up to 200 pounds. This endangered species can live to be 50 years old. So that ability to reason and scheme is key when it comes to figuring out how to survive in the wild. And it makes for some amusing observations back home, too.
Orangutans are amazing mimics. One of our keepers came and was interacting with one of our females, and she was blowing her lots of kisses, mwah, mwah, mwah. And the orangutan just watched her and watched her. And that keeper came back about 3 days later, and the first thing the orangutan did was at her.
Watching the orangutans has been lots of fun for Ced and me. But I figured we intruded on their privacy for long enough. Well, you know what? Maybe we should just leave them be for a little while. Okay. After all, it's been several hours since we arrived, so we hit the trail. But suddenly, I have a feeling we're not alone. See?
Yeah.
Are they following us?
Well, I can see the mom then, baby. Look at it.
Wait a minute, we said we were going to leave them alone and they came after us? That is too cool.
I think they're just saying, please don't go.
Yeah. But it's time to move on. We have a long trek back to the lodge and then a long drive to our next destination, the Kinabatangan River. And little did I know what was in store for us along the way. Steady rains had made for some slippery traveling. But still, there are some beautiful sights to see. And on our way, we make a scheduled stop to visit InfraPro, a program that's really making a difference in Borneo's conservation efforts. Hi.
Hi.
I'm Julie.
I'm Bakar. I'm one of the rangers.
One of the rangers. That's awesome. You know, the reforestation project is really, really interesting. And this is kind of amazing to me right here, all the different types of seeds.
Yes, this is one of the different type of species, but all of the species is commercial species.
They're all commercial. Oh, so these are all logged.
Yes, we call dipterocarps.
They're all dipterocarps. So, but you take the seeds and start the new plants again after you've cut down some areas?
Yes.
Well, by now, I'm sure you can see how important the forest is to Borneo's wildlife and the overall health of the island. Dipterocarp trees are a crucial part of the environment, and there are several species on the island. After trees are cut for logging or development, replanting is imperative for the survival of the forest and the island's wildlife. And that's exactly what Bakar does. Your job is to replant all the different varieties of trees. That is pretty incredible. How many different varieties do you think there are?
So about 24 for the different species.
24?
Yes.
God. The name Dipterocarp
Yeah,
is what you guys
this is the
pronounce.
scientific
Is
name.
di comes from two, and isn't taro
Yes.
wings,
Yeah,
and
the
then carp
wings.
is seed.
Yeah.
So it's got two wings on the seed. But that's a great way, you know, for the forest, the trees are so tall that they can actually use that to disperse their seeds. So
Yeah.
instead of an animal dispersing the seeds, the wind would disperse the seeds. So can we go see what you do with the seeds?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
All
Here we go.
So how old are these guys right now?
It's about 2 months.
2 months from a seed?
Yeah, from the seed.
You grow things a lot better than I do at home.
The program started in 1992, and since that time, they've accomplished a lot.
That's pretty incredible, replanting the forest with the same native species that were there prior to them being logged.
Yeah.
And how many total seedlings do you have and are going to be replanted?
Somewhere around.
How many?
It's about almost 2 million of seed.
2 million,
2 million,
seeds
yes,
you have planted. That, you have done a good job. That's awesome.
It's more than awesome. InfraPro and Bakar are literally saving orangutans and other wildlife by providing a sustainable habitat for them to live in. And they're proving that animals can survive and thrive in secondary forests. The more time I spend in Borneo, the more hopeful I am about the future of this species.
Very cool, a rhinoceros beetle. This guy is one of the largest species of beetle in the world. And this is a male because his horns are so much larger than the females. This guy is incredible. They fight with other rhinoceros beetles, with the other males. They use those horns for that. It's amazing, amazing to find him right here.
The Kinabatangan River is teeming with wildlife, and we take advantage of one of the best ways to get an up-close look at some of the amazing animals here.
All right, we finally found our proboscis monkeys. They're up there in the tree, and proboscis monkeys are just so cool. They're only found here in Borneo, kind of along the freshwater swamps along the river here, and it's an animal that is unlike any other primate that you've ever seen. The long, big noses. The males have the longest ones that you've ever seen, and they make this resonating sound out of it. And the females obviously like it because those are the ones they pick to be their mates. It's a harem system. So basically, one male will have a lot of different females, and they'll all hang out together. The male will protect the females. And about half of these females have offspring, so this guy has been pretty productive over the last few months.
The babies are good news because the proboscis monkey is an endangered species, experiencing the same challenges as the orangutan and other Bornean wildlife, primarily loss of habitat. But recent changes are making a difference. Conservationists are finding that by engaging local residents and helping them truly appreciate the natural treasures they have in their own backyard, these same people are more apt to care about what happens to animals who share their space and their home.
Local people are employed as field, what would you call that then if they're not a biologist?
Field researchers.
Field researcher. Because they have so much knowledge of the local, the forest and the animals in it along the Kinabatangan River here.
And our challenge is to often to I suppose, identify these people living in and around the villages, bring them on board, give them a job first of all, and I suppose the kind of income that they can earn is much more compared to what they may earn if they were just sort of hanging around doing something else, yeah? So I think these opportunities plus the prospect of a career, to even develop that career. So coming in as a daily paid assistant, to coming in as a field assistant, to a field researcher is a good career path.
And some see the work as much more than a career path.
But then there must be some others who also see that in as much as they are here, they should be part of the solutions. They should be part of giving hope to others to understand that we've changed the land dramatically, but there is hope for the species that survive because the governments are not totally irresponsible. There's still some sense of responsibility in setting aside some parts of the swamps. And in fact, we know that the Kinabatangan has now been gazetted as a wildlife sanctuary. That means there is their commitment. That commitment. And I think people want to lend themselves to that commitment to make it happen.
One of the groups committed to making it happen is the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project.
For over 10 years, these dedicated researchers have worked with both local residents and government to protect and study orangutans in their natural habitat.
We try to do as much as we can. So first we conduct some scientific research, ecological research. We understand how they live in this kind of environment, secondary forests where they mostly occur, and we try to see if they can survive in those forests in the long term and what can be done in terms of reforestation to help their long-term survival. We also work with the government in terms of protection of those forests. We have a team of wildlife wardens who are people from the village who are trained and given the responsibility by the government to protect this area. So they have the legal powers to arrest illegal loggers, poachers, and it's a program we've been working on for the past 7 years, and it's working very well with about 17 people in this area patrolling almost on a daily basis.
It seems the key really is to create a strong connection between people and their environment. And this project believes in starting this process at an early age, with children's programs to help teach the kids about their surroundings.
Jadi, maksud dia ada dua kawasan, maksud dia kita ada berapa spesies orangutan di seluruh dunia.
Ecotourism is playing a big part in orangutan conservation too. When people see these animals up close, it makes a difference, not only just for tourists. Even people that work with these animals every day feel a strong sense of connection here.
I've been in the zoo business for a long time, 34 years or so, and to see a great ape in the wild for the first time, it was just incredible.
Well, I kind of had to keep pinching myself because it has been a goal of mine for a long time now to come here, a dream of mine. And so I really kind of had to keep telling myself, oh my gosh, look where you are. Look at these trees, look at these mountains, look at the clouds. You're actually here. Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild and to see them actually, living in these amazing trees.
And this newfound connection to Borneo will be transported back to the U.S. One place specifically, Tampa Bay, Florida.
I'm not only going to take back just the amazing experience that I've had and use it to try to impart the experience and the just sheer amazingness of the rainforest and the animals to help our keeper staff, but also to spread that message to the guests that come to Busch Gardens so that we can make those choices and really help to save orangutans in the wild.
We look at opportunities, and the opportunity is one can manage tropical rainforests to produce wood and to save wildlife, and as a place that tourists would like to come to and see that wildlife. And if we think in that way and don't get bogged down with all the problems, I think we're onto a good thing in the future.
The Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project is doing a fantastic job in research, education, protection, and connecting people with orangutans and their habitat. It's definitely a project well worth supporting.
Busch Gardens has funded KOCP over 10 years ago, and SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has continued to do that. They made dramatic progress. I think one of the takeaways I'll bring back from Borneo is that when I came here, it seemed that most of the publicity suggests that orangutans have a very grim chance of survival. But after being here and seeing the people that are really doing research on the animals, who are working with the government to try to manage forests better than they are, the involvement of the community in conservation, I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
I think so too. And our next stop will show you how adamantly the people here are working to help save the orangutan. These trees are really, really special. Dipterocarp trees, which are some of the tallest species of trees in the world. The Bornean forest is really unique. It's different from the African rainforest. It's different from the Amazon. you've got more flying species, and I call them flying with quotations because basically they're flying or gliding species in the Bornean rainforest than you do anywhere else in the world. We've been in Borneo a little over a week, and one thing that really stands out to me, no matter where we visit, modern cities like Sandakan, smaller villages along the river, or more remote locations like Danum Valley. Jacuzzi pool, I think I found the right spot. I'm going for it. There is a growing sense of the benefits of balance, and nowhere is this more affirming than at the Sepalak Wildlife Rescue Center. We pull in just before 8 a.m., about the same time as the school bus. Avery, how many are in there right now? I can't tell. 5. That is adorable. Every morning they get to go in the wheelbarrow. Do you call that something?
Yeah, school bus.
This is the school bus. How old are most of these animals?
They're around 3 to 5 years old.
The little one. Can you? Do you call them names?
Yes, they have their own names. Rubin. This one, Rubin. Galang.
Oh, the big guy. Look at that. So this is where they get their exercise for a little while, huh? Hi. Look at this. Right away they go at climbing. Each orangutan here at Sepalak has its own story of why they were abandoned or orphaned. And although being with their mother is certainly the best scenario, Sepalak is a great alternative when that's not possible. Orangutan offspring stay with their mom for between 6 and 8 years, and she devotes full-time attention to each one as they're learning how to survive in the forest. So as far as the food, we fed milk and banana. Is there other things that you feed when they're young, or does that sustain them?
We also give them multivitamin supply because I think that's very, very important for them to have all these mineral supplies and some multivitamin because it builds their health. When they are put together in a very small space, as in this rehab center, they tend to catch diseases easily from each other. So these are the things that's very important.
Another vital key to good health is exercise. And these guys have a great outdoor area to climb and play. This actually helps them develop the skills they'll need once they're released into the wild, which is the ultimate goal. So who designed the jungle gym?
Who designed it? Of course, us at the center. But it's good for the orangutans because they can progress from the lower ones to the higher ones. And we can see their progress. And we design it in such a way that it's a circular system so they can do their rounds and then come back and we'll see. This is especially designed for the babies below 3 years, so they can get familiarized among themselves and also practice the grabbing.
They do a lot for the orangutans at Sepalak. So while I'm here, I figure I can lend a hand too. They may not get hand-bathed like the orangutans at Sepalak, but the orangutans at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay are fortunate to have lots of room to climb at their new habitat, Jungala.
Well, Jungala has a lot of vertical space, which is exactly what orangutans need. They're arboreal animals, and so they've been using the vines to climb across and also use their hammocks to make nests like they would in the wild.
The trip to Borneo certainly inspired me, and I know it changed April and Dr. Olson as well.
The Borneo trip was really an incredible experience for both April and myself. I think the thing that most affected me was seeing some of the individuals working so hard with conservation efforts with orangutans and the habitat there. The involvement of the community and how many people were truly involved, very dedicated to conserving the species and habitat.
Our trip to Borneo, if anything, inspired me to be more dedicated about orangutan conservation. Seeing them in Borneo, seeing them in the forest, meeting the people that are actually doing conservation work over there, just helped me to know that I can make a difference and that everybody can make a difference.
Borneo definitely changed us all, and I'm encouraged by the people, programs, and government that are definitely working together to save the orangutan, other wildlife species, and the forests they call home.
After being here at the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project, I really realize how important it is for us to support research through our SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Now they're able to look at the disturbed forests, knowing that reforestation projects work and that orangutans will be able to move back into those areas, which is huge for the amount of land and the resources that the orangutans need in order to be able to survive into the future.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Chances are you've never been to the moon, but whether you know it or not, NASA is part of your everyday life.
That's right. A lot of technology and research that was designed originally for space has been transformed into products that you and I use each and every day. They're called spin-offs.
Today on NASA 360, we're going to take a look at some of our favorite spin-offs in your home, your city, and your life. There's no place like home. And in your home, there are probably a few things that you rely on that at some point in time came from NASA technology, starting with a good night's sleep. Ever heard of temper foam or memory foam? Well, more than a few companies use temper foam to make mattresses. But originally, temper foam was developed for spaceflight. Back in the 1960s, during the Apollo program, NASA set out to design flight seats that could provide extra comfort and shock absorption for astronauts. The result of their research was a special kind of plastic called open-cell polyurethane silicone. It's temperature sensitive and pressure sensitive, meaning it reacts to body temperature, getting softer when warm and firmer when cold. It distributes weight evenly and is super shock absorbent. That's why it's used in mattresses and pillows, but it's also used in aircraft, cars, even wheelchairs. Who doesn't have one of these at home? Cordless power tools are another NASA spin-off. NASA didn't invent the cordless power drill, but they did help to make it a whole lot better. When NASA contracted Black & Decker to design tools for them, the company had already unveiled their amazing cordless power tools. For NASA, the tool company developed a zero-impact wrench for the Gemini project. That spun bolts in zero gravity without spinning the astronaut. They also designed a cordless rotary hammer drill for the Apollo moon program. But before sending the tools to space, Black & Decker and NASA tested the tools at extreme temperatures and in zero atmosphere and zero gravity conditions. As a result of this research, Black & Decker created several spin-offs, including cordless, lightweight, battery-powered precision medical instruments. And a cordless miniature vacuum cleaner called a Dust Buster. Knowing that makes house cleaning a lot more exciting. NASA also helps make existing products better, like this. Okay, so this is ordinary house paint, right? Okay, NASA didn't invent that, but if you add this to your ordinary house paint, your paint becomes insulating paint. Check it out. These ceramic microspheres create a heat-reflecting thermal layer that keeps your house cool in the summer and warm in the winter. Pretty neat, huh? This is the result of insulation technology, originally designed in the 1980s for use on the Space Shuttle's solid rocket boosters. The original process was costly and toxic, but after collaborating with some like-minded small businesses, NASA helped create this cost-efficient and non-toxic insulator used on homes, businesses, boats, and of course in the aerospace industry. This is the ultimate in green technology. It cuts energy costs, and it's so safe, you could even eat it. I think I'll pass. Hey, did you know that NASA helped make better plasma displays similar to this one? NASA experts in advanced metals, ceramics, and glass helped the top producers of plasma screens to create non-distorting, non-discoloring, and multi-contour microspheres, the key component for novel plasma displays. These advancements are finding their way to better displays in stadiums, cities, and even your TV set at home. I know that guy. NASA spin-offs really are everywhere we look. Water. It's one of the most basic necessities of mankind, but unfortunately, safe, clean water isn't always readily available. Johnny Alonso is at NASA Ames Research Center in California to learn how technology designed for space is providing safe, clean water where we need it most here on Earth.
At almost 8 pounds per gallon, sending sufficient drinking water into outer space is an expensive proposition. That's why NASA created a water purification technology that can easily recycle every drop of water generated during a mission. We're talking sweat, exhale water vapor, shower water, and now, urine. While drinking your own pee in space sounds totally insane, what's even more disturbing is that over 1 billion people worldwide lack access to sufficient quantities of water to survive. As a result, 10 million people die each year from waterborne diseases. NASA is sharing its water purification technology with private companies to create affordable, portable systems that cleanse any readily available water. This is going to make a huge difference in the lives of people who live in remote or developing areas, where water is scarce or contaminated. Here at NASA Ames, a guy like Sherwin Gormley is a mastermind behind some of this recycling technology. Oh, and his work? It's never done. What's up, man?
Hey.
What are you working on?
Well, I like to think I'm working on the best gray water processor in the world. You basically put your dirty shower water in on one side of this membrane, and what you get out the other little blue line here is something that has about 98 to 99% of all of the stuff that you don't want removed. This same membrane that we have in this device is actually being marketed for aid workers. You would simply drop this can into like any contaminated river or lake or pond, and you would set this membrane down into it, and you hook up this bag full of sugar concentrate. So this is basically lemonade concentrate. Pop it into the top end, and immediately you start getting lemonade.
What do we got?
Well, let's say you're trapped in that capsule and you're floating around in the ocean for a very long time, and you really have nothing but urine to work with. We put the treated urine in on one side. You put some type of sugar drink mix in on the other side. So 2-3 hours later, you have your sports drink concentrate.
Yeah, this is a tried and true technology.
Oh yeah, tastes good.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're good to go.
I take your word for it. Thank you so much, man.
Well, we can give you one on the way out.
Next episode, maybe.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. NASA 360 will be right back with more NASA spin-offs.
Whether we're at work, at home, or in between, technology originally designed for use in space has made its way into our everyday lives. Hang on a second.
Jennifer.
Hey, Johnny. I love modern technology.
Yeah, me too. Super fast wireless communication, GPS, and that's just the stuff on my phone. Hey, even this headset's a NASA spin-off, inspired by the same technology that brought Neil Armstrong's voice from the moon back over to NASA's control station.
You're right, that is pretty cool, but don't get me started. How about NASA technology in the field of medicine? We would have to do a whole separate episode for that, Johnny.
I'll get started on that right away. But in the meantime, take a closer look around you. I bet you'll find a little NASA in your world. Take, for instance, the Golden Gate Bridge. The coating that now protects the Golden Gate Bridge was originally developed by NASA for rockets and space vehicles. It was designed to control corrosion caused by UV radiation, rocket exhaust gases, and extreme temperatures. Today, the applications are far-reaching. Highway and bridge infrastructures, piers and docks, concrete balconies and ceilings, parking garages, cooling towers, pipelines, all stay strong because of this amazing NASA spin-off.
I know what you're thinking. But what do my groceries have to do with NASA? Well, astronauts eat too, you know. And when they were planning the first manned space missions, NASA realized that food in an enclosed zero-G environment needed two important things. One, to be free of all crumbs, and two, needed to be free of any and all disease-producing bacteria or toxins. To learn how to keep food and space safe, NASA enlisted the help of a major food manufacturer. For them, keeping crumbs under control was an easy problem to solve. But when it came to keeping bacteria at bay, they found that there was no easy solution. It was concluded that the only way to succeed was to establish control over the entire process, from the raw materials, the processing environment, and even the people involved in making the food. And so, the hazard analysis and critical control point concept was developed, a process designed to prevent food safety problems rather than catch them after they've occurred. These food safety principles have been so effective that they're still in effect in processing food eaten each and every day, in space and in your home. Oh, fresh produce in space sounds like a good idea. Unfortunately, we won't have gardens in space anytime soon, but you can be sure NASA's working on it. In fact, their research on plant growth chambers has already resulted in benefits for us here on Earth. How? Well, you may not know it, but plants produce a natural hormone called ethylene. It's like a chemical cue that tells them to begin ripening. And when you get a bunch of plants together, too much ethylene means premature spoilage. Plants grown in NASA's growth chambers had the same problem, but researchers quickly devised new technology that scrubs ethylene from the air and prevents premature aging. And now that same ethylene removal technology is being used to keep produce in the markets fresher, longer. And the device is capable of cleaning the air of 98% of harmful airborne pathogens. It could be used in hospitals, schools, airplanes. Turns out rocket science is good for the health of your fruit and your family. Here's one spin-off you might not know about. NASA technology is in your baby's food. That's right, 99% of all infant formulas contain a nutritional supplement that came from NASA-sponsored research. It came about when NASA became interested in the potential of algae as a recycling agent for long-duration space travel. The research resulted with an algae-based, vegetable-like oil that contains two essential polyunsaturated fatty acids, DHA and ARA. These are the same fatty acids found in human breast milk, and they play an important role in mental and visual development. But this supplement is good for more than just babies. I mean, it's in yogurt, cheeses, juice, milk. So the next time your mom tells you to eat your veggies, tell her you'd rather eat your algae.
Your mother also told you not to play with matches. Luckily, firefighting equipment today has also benefited from NASA research. Lightweight, fire-resistant, heat-protected materials originally developed for use in astronaut spacesuits or in spacecraft are now helping firefighters work safely, quickly, and efficiently. The radio and breathing systems crucial to successful firefighting are also lighter and more efficient than ever before, thanks to engineering borrowed from NASA. Here in California, where forest fires are concerned, firefighting requires a much bigger perspective. NASA's remote sensing technology provides real-time information to commanders in the field, so they'll know how a fire is developing and where it's spreading. And from a distance, that's safe for everyone. One NASA spin-off that has come full circle is solar energy. People have been harnessing the sun's power since the beginning of time. Solar power then became the primary source of power for all NASA's missions, the most impressive of which has got to be the International Space Station. But these aren't the be-all, end-all of solar energy. Nope, because NASA never stops working to make technology more efficient and lighter. They push the limits of solar energy efficiency by creating a lightweight solar panel that performs like a heavyweight. Already, these thin-film solar cells are on the market, and they're turning out to be a popular and affordable green energy option. They use a fine layer of semiconducting material to convert sunlight into energy, which means they're cheaper to make and easier to install. But that's just the beginning. In the near future, solar energy might be beamed down to us by solar panels that are floating in low Earth orbit. Now, that's never been done before, but for NASA, that challenge makes for just another regular day on the job. We got plenty more NASA spin-offs when we return, so don't go anywhere. NASA 360 will be back in a flash. know, NASA research and technology has lent itself to hundreds of commercial products in our homes and the cities that surround us. But sometimes we need to borrow NASA technology to help perfect some of the good things in life. Take, for instance, this wine. For hundreds of years, wine growers have known that grapes harvested in different areas of their vineyards can produce wines with unique flavors and tastes. Many winemakers are now using NASA's advanced remote sensing technologies to understand the subtle nuances of their vineyards. They can identify vine vigor to see weak and strong areas of growth in the vineyard, then break up how they harvest. That's a process that used to take decades. Now, it takes just months. NASA's remote sensing of vineyards has also been used to track bacterial and fungal infections caused by insects. These pests have devastated vineyards and orchards from California to Florida and south as far as Central America. Who knew that technology designed for up there could help make the quality of life down here so much better? Cheers.
When you think of space and science and technology, what comes to mind? Probably spaceships, astronauts, scientists in white lab coats, and baseball. Probably not, but believe it or not, NASA technology has resulted in spin-offs that are very much a part of an athletic lifestyle. Swing better! Let's start with clothing. Thanks to NASA, workout gear is now designed to interact with the unique microclimate of the human body. Sounds pretty high-tech, doesn't it? That's because it is. In 1988, NASA began working with private industry to develop thermally adaptive phase change materials that could be applied to astronaut suits and gloves for better protection against the bitter cold and scorching heat encountered in space. Their research resulted in the creation of adaptive phase changing materials. Phase change materials have the ability to store heat and then re-release it to moderate the temperature between the body and the environment and keep it just right. Woo! All right, now that's what I call smart fashion. Spacesuit technology has also been applied to athletic shoes. Thanks to the work of an award-winning NASA spacesuit engineer, today's athletic shoes are more durable and provide custom comfort for a healthier foot. That's because they're designed with a special midsole that works like a compression chamber, stiff on the outside and cushiony on the inside. Midsole technology is where it's at. It makes shoes lighter, but provides more stability and shock absorption than ever before. From mattresses to sneakers, cushiony foam may be one of the most used NASA spin-offs around. Not only does it keep us comfortable, it keeps us safe. From Little League to college and pro athletes, safety gear is vital to keeping athletes safe from injury. Almost all protective sporting equipment, including bicycle helmets and car seats, use Temper foam for shock reduction.
Recognize this photo? On January 20th, 2009, photographer David Bergman took this picture of President Obama's inauguration. But it's not just any picture. When you click on any part of it, you can zoom in to see incredible detail. But what's really cool is that this technology is the same technology that the Mars rovers use to take the images of the red planet. That's right. Inspired by the vast landscapes the Mars rovers could produce, engineers at NASA Ames Research Center and Carnegie Mellon University decided to find more down-to-earth applications for this technology. And what they came up with was this, GigaPen. Now I'm here in Twin Peaks with my good friend Rich Gibson from NASA Ames Research Center. And what we're gonna do is take a picture of this.
This is the GigaPen imager.
Yes.
This is a robotic platform that takes your camera, most any normal small digital camera,
yes,
rotates it on this robotic platform, and can vary it up and down, and then takes pictures with this robotic finger. Can take dozens, hundreds, thousands of pictures even.
Yeah.
So, and once we've taken those pictures, we can put them all together with software that we have,
right,
and upload them to the web, where you can explore them in stunning detail.
Can we try one?
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at this.
So, in order to program this, we want to pick the top left and the lower right that we want for our shot.
All right. Well, how
We
about
could also do 360 degrees.
But if I had to choose, can we go towards the Golden Gate?
Absolutely. And then I'm going to rotate it this way.
Let's take it from.
How far do we want to go?
Go towards there, just right there.
Okay, there we are. So this is set. It's going to take 34 pictures this way, 18 up and down. Moves up to our beautiful Golden Gate off there in the distance.
Totally.
And click. Once all the pictures are taken, we'll take the card out, take it to my friend Terry Fong, and he'll stitch them together.
That sounds great. So how's it looking?
It's looking great, but you know, your photo is not just one photo, it's actually 90 photos, and that's like 3.5 billion pixels. So you've got the whole city here.
Yeah, this is my shot.
This is your shot. We can start zooming in, and what's over here? Hey, look, that's the Golden Gate Bridge.
Look at this, man. Oh, wow.
Get all the way in, you can see the cars on the bridge. What's great about this is that this is exactly the same sort of software that we use for looking at Mars. It's the same thing that we use to let scientists take a look at different things on other planets.
What are some of the applications here on Earth?
There are tons of applications here on Earth. You can use it for education. We're working with UNESCO for cross-cultural awareness between school kids. You can use it for journalism. Sports Illustrated is taking us out to various sporting events. All kinds of great things you can do right here on Earth.
So these just are, pretty pictures, Doctor, thank you for your time. Right on. Getting from Earth to space is no easy task and requires an incredible amount of testing. Wind tunnels, extreme temperatures, extreme volumes, extreme vibrations, but all that testing leads to new knowledge, which is then applied to products that we use every day. Yeah, like this guitar. Yeah, this guitar. A company that originally developed helicopters is now making these Ovation guitars. The engineers there use vibration analysis equipment, originally used to locate and eliminate vibration. In this case, the technology was used to make the perfect vibration. Whether it's technology designed to help save lives or just trying to make the best things in life a little better, these spin-offs are the tangible benefits of the work NASA's doing in space. Hey, for Jennifer Pulley, I'm Johnny Alonso. We'll catch you next time on NASA 360.
Thanks to NASA, work out here is now designed to,
Hey, what's going on, man? What are you working on?
It's a time machine.
It's not the script. What are you
Unfortunately, we won't, whoops, there goes an apple.
Whether it's technological, wrong line.
Our time clock is ticking, Johnny. Are you done with your line yet?
Do you play country or western?
I play both.
Hey, there's Johnny.
Wait, let me get that phone call really quickly.
Yeah, hang on, it's Paisan on the phone. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Johnny, I love you. Yeah, I love you, Johnny. Love you.
I do. We are so happy to be here today. What a great crowd. I want you to thank Miss Lorna for this summer reading program. Let's give her a hand. I have known Miss Lorna for many, many years. Love her to death. Used to drive the bookmobile over here. Met her then. Miss Donna and I used to be at Smyrna. I got so many ties into LaVergne. I just absolutely love it. This fella over here is just awesome. You're going to see that in just a minute. This is my cousin Jesse. His granny and my mama, no, his granny and my daddy are brother and sister. That's how we're kin. So, all of his grandparents, both of his grandparents were on the Grand Ole Opry. So naturally, Jesse said, I'm going to play too. Guys, he's only 17 and he started when he was 4. Okay? Isn't that awesome? So I'm so glad to have him. Give him a hand. So glad to have him. So the two of us together make up the Imagine That crew. That's us, all right? We just put our heads together one day and said, boy, can you imagine that crew together? And look what happened. There we are. We're going to have a lot of fun today, guys. I have all kinds of cool stuff. Jesse has written songs. He's going to play some music that is just too cool, okay? Are y'all ready to have some fun? Yeah! Are you ready? I need to know if you're happy and you know it, because I forgot my coffee this morning, so you got to help me wake up. Will you do that for me? Okay, stand up, guys. Here we go. Now, last time, Jesse tricked me, and he kept going faster and faster and faster and ran off and left me when we did this song. You think we can do it? Think we can do it? I think so. Here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. What else do we do? He's getting faster and faster. What do we do? What? Clap our hands again. Okay, here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. He got it, didn't he? I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. Awesome. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, no, right. Let's stretch that right arm. You ready? Oh, yeah. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, yeah. I think we're up now. Hey, guys. Your summer reading program this year, what's the theme? Raise your hand if you can tell me the theme or the title of your summer reading program. What you got, babe? Dream Big, Read. I love it. Boy, we went somewhere, I forget where it was, and all of them just looked at me. They didn't have the same theme. Whoops. So anyway, but you guys are the same as us. Dream Big, Read. Now, I have a question for you. There's 2 kinds of dreaming, right? One's where you go sleep. Let's go sleep. You ready? Take a nap. And it's where you dream. And you hear some music and you have dreams like that, right? Okay, everybody wake up. Then there's another dream. You're going to dream about or have in mind what you want to be when you grow up. That's another dream. So raise your hand if you know what you're going to be. I'm going to find out a little later, but raise your hand. So do you understand the difference? One is where we go to sleep and we're dreaming, right? And one is where we know what we're going to be and we're going to dream to be that when we grow up. Got it? Got it? Awesome. Well, you know what? Our friend Varmint came today, and I kind of forgot to tell Varmint what our theme was. So he's going to need y'all's help. Major. Are y'all ready? Let's go get him. I think he's back here. Did we put him back here, Jess?
I think he's back here.
Okay, let's go see. Let's go see. 1, 2, 3. Varmint! Oh my goodness. Say good morning, Varmint. Good morning. Oh, why are you shaking? What's the matter? be right there. Why are you ordering? We're not at Sonic. Did I sleep through Sonic? You did. You slept through Sonic. I'll feed you when we get through. Does that work? Okay. All right. Well, we got to do our show and then we'll eat. Sound good? Okay. He likes to eat a whole lot, guys. But anyway, we are doing the summer reading program, and it's called Dream Big Read. Aw, what's the matter, Varmin? That just means, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't want to grow up. Aw. Can you say, aw? You don't want to grow up, guys. Well, I tell you what. Let's talk about some things that maybe you could be when you grow up. Anybody got any ideas? And maybe Varmint can go look. What you got, buddy?
I can be strong when I grow up.
Yeah, what do you think Varmint could be when he grows up? Any ideas? Let's give him some hints. What you got, baby?
I'll be a builder.
And build a Sonic right there. Yeah, you can build a Sonic. One of them told you yesterday to be a store manager, didn't you? Yeah, yeah. All right, well, tell him bye. I want you to go in your house. I want you to look around for some things. Got it? Here we go. Say bye, Varmint. Bye. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. Okay. He's got to stop eating so many burgers. He's not going to fit in his house anymore. Did you know that? All right, let's do a song that Jessie has written. And this is called Nobody Like Me. And you know what? There is nobody like you. Did you know that? There is nobody in this world like you. Are there 24 Jessies running around? No. We'd have music everywhere, wouldn't we? Is there 7 Cheyennes running around? No, I'm her mommy. I'm glad. All right, guys, we are going to do this song because it's Nobody Like Me. And you're going to put your hands in the air. And then when you hear the word me, you're going to point to yourself and say me, because this is just for you. Everybody stand up.
Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. I'm one of a kind. From head to my toes, there's nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. No matter how hard I try, originality shines. There's nobody quite like me.
Ready? Here's our part.
I'm round and I'm tall. I'm short and I'm slow.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Here comes the dreaming. Ready?
Nobody dreams like me. Nobody dreams like me. I think all the time with big dreams in mind. There's nobody dreams like me. I'll learn while I grow. All the places I'll go.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Awesome. Is there anybody like you? No. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. You are awesome. Give yourselves a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. All right. I see some books over here. Miss Lorna, if we read a book, can we put it on our summer reading list? Woo! Let's read a book. Are you ready? Jessie, I love this book, but it just needs something. It just needs like some sound. It does. It needs sounds. Could you help us do some of that?
I'll do that.
He'll do that. Did you hear him? He'll do that. Where am I going to sit so we can hear? Let me grab this over here. Grab this book. And then, let's see what kind of sounds Jessie has. Are you ready? This is called Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars. And other advice for life's journey. Sound pretty cool? Life's journey. Let's see. You know what? sometimes it'll be smooth sailing. Can you do that with me? Smooth sailing. And other times it'll be a bumpy ride with a fork in the road. Is there gonna be forks in the road when we grow up? No. Somebody the other day said a fork in the road. We said no, not a real fork, right? Uh-oh. You may feel like a fish out of water, and you may even feel like a small fish in a big pond. And like when you go to college and there's 50,000 people in college with you, that's what my little boy said. He said, you'll be all right, you'll be fine. Well, that's your chance to make a splash. If you sink like a stone, feeling like you're over your head. Oh, did you hear that? Look at his head. Oh, he's sunk. You'll be all right because it seems that you'll be fighting an uphill battle. My goodness. Oh, but what better time to reach for the moon and shoot for the stars. Let's grab a star. Here it comes. Hold it in your lap. Hold it in your lap. Oh, you won't always be top dog. Oh, in fact, sometimes you'll be in the doghouse. Thanks, Ted. That's helping. Uh-oh, we gotta get on our horse. Are you ready? Let's get on our horse. You ready? Then we gotta ride. You hear that? Here we go. So you have to dust yourself off and get right back in the saddle. If you keep a cool head and use a little, hold out your arm. Don't drop y'all's elbows around here. You know that? What is that? A little elbow grease. That's what you have to use. That's what my granny used to say. If you put a little elbow grease in it, it'll come out good. Do you know that? That's what she used to say. You can blaze your own trail. Are you ready? And march to the beat of your own drum. He's doing his drum. Oh, this one's good. You keep your eye, do this with me, eye on the prize. And you might just get the jackpot. Everybody say, whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. But you know what, if not, there's always time to start from scratch and turn the page. Something's not working? Grab your heart. It's okay to have a change of heart. And sometimes you will make mountains out of molehills. Oh, this might hurt too. Oh, but you may still want to be on pins and needles sometimes. And the grass will seem greener on the other side. But you know what's going to help you to get to the other side? Friends. Did you know that? This table wants to tell you something, and I don't want you to ever forget it. As long as we have friends, Mama and Daddies, is this all true? When we have our friends, we have everything, don't we? Don't we? We have, that's right, we have everything. So you guys don't forget it. But, you know, friends will bend over backwards to help you, and soon you'll be rolling in the clover. This one, it says, when you have all your ducks in a row. Does that mean we have to go buy a bunch of ducks? No. No, what does that mean? When it means a duck crossing. It means that you have everything in order. And you know what? Put out your wings, guys. Because soon you can spread your wings. And fly. And that is reach for the stars. Pretty good advice, huh? Yeah, pretty good advice, huh? I'm ready to dance. Are you ready to dance? Let's dance. I want to see some dancing, some moving. Here we go. Woo! here. All right, have a seat, sweetheart. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is on the floor. Oh. Huh. You know what? I wonder how Varmint's doing. Should we check on him? Yes. Think he's found anything that he wants to be? I sure hope so. 1, 2, 3, Varmint! Here's some. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, you are so heavy. What? Bring these out. I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. Let's lay right here. Have you found something that you want to be, Varmint? Have you found something? You have? Okay. All right. Put the first one on. Okay, ready? Oh, my. Varmint. Can Varmint be a bee, guys, when he grows up? But I love honey right there. I know you love honey, but you've got to be something different. Let's try. What else you got? Can he be a kitty cat, guys? Jesse, is there any help? You guys have been looking at each other. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're cooking something up. I have to watch both of them. Are y'all cooking up something? Oh, they are. What are you doing, Jen? What? What are you doing? Just hold on right there. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, goodness. What on earth are you? Oh, my. What is a concert pass and sunglasses? Uh-oh. What does Varmint want to be, guys? A rock star. What are you going to sing, Varmint? Oh, with my hair back and forth. Oh, with my hair back and forth. Did y'all have this planned yet? Oh, you didn't. Oh, he didn't have one. Well, I like your song. We may have to work on the hair and the glasses a little bit. What do you think? But he wants to be a rock star, y'all.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh, say that loud.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Ethan, you're hired. All right? He's awesome. Marster, that might work, but I don't know. Let's go clean up your house and we'll come back. All right? Let's have some friends come up. And let's see if they can help us a little bit. Does that work? All right. I don't want to touch that hair. Okay, you ready? Let's see. Gonna be a bumblebee and a mine. All right. I guess it's his own person. Hey, is anybody? I want you to tell me. Raise your hand and tell me what you would like to be when you grow up. Ethan?
I would like to be a soldier for the army. And I want to be a rebel.
This child stole my heart in like 30 seconds. That is awesome. Good job, buddy. What you got, darling? What do you want to be? A police officer? I want you to stand right here. I want you to stand right here. What you got, babe? A dolphin trainer. Oh, if I'd have brought that outfit, that'd have been awesome. What do you want to be? A doctor. Come stand right here. What do you want to be, darling? A what? A nurse. Oh, that's so wonderful. I need a boy. What you got? A basketball player. Very cool. Anybody want to be a fireman? You want to be a fireman? Come here. Stand right here. What else have I got? Oh, a chef. Has anybody ever wanted to cook and be a chef? I need a boy. I love my girls, but I need a... Ethan, have you ever wanted to be a chef?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and hey, there is another thing I want to do. Well, for the army, I do want
later. Woo! All right. Y'all ready? All right. Don't fall. Okay. I have the chef outfit. I called some of my dear friends, and I said, I want to take some of your outfits with me this summer because I want to see what our friends look like that are dreaming about what they want to be. So here's what we're going to do. Am I going to lose Ethan in this big old jacket today? I think so. Ethan, are you ready? He's a dancer chef, y'all. Ready? Okay, here, hold your spoon. Hold your spoon. Oh. All right. Where's my police officer? Oh. This is real, guys. Look at this. This is from a SWAT team officer in Smyrna. I called him and he let us borrow this. Is that too cool or what? Put that on. I put this on my girl Leslie. She said, my mama's the sheriff in this town. I said, oh my. What do you think about that? Is it heavy? It's not heavy? All right. What else we got over here, guys? Oh, where's my doctor? Are you my doctor? I might lose you too. I don't know. This came from a dear friend of mine that is actually a dentist. But he let us borrow it so we can talk about a doctor. Ethan's going to dance while he cooks for us. You know that? Now, one of my dear friends at Amable Fire Department let us use this. And here's the deal. You can't fall in the floor because this is heavy. Are you ready? Okay. Can his neck do it, guys? That's right. You hear your rocky music? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! All right. Woo! Give him a hand. Oh, there you go. Face deep. Awesome. Face deep. They want you to face that way, she said. All right. Guys, we are going to go around now. We're going to interview our friends, and we're going to see just how long they have wanted to be these people. Ethan is going to tell me. How long have you wanted to be a chef?
Well, ever since I started helping my dad cooking eggs.
Cooking eggs. It all started with cooking eggs. Give Ethan a hand. This is what it's going to look like, guys. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I can't talk to you. Something ain't happening here. Oh, there you are. How long do you want to be a fireman? Forever? Forever, guys. Say, aww. Okay, now, the deal is, when you're the police officer, she can't give any of us a ticket, right? No tickets when you grow up. Is that the deal? How long have you wanted to be a police officer? Since you were 1 year old. How cool is that? Give her a hand, guys. Now, this is who's going to take care of us. This is who's going to help us. How long do you want to be a doctor?
Ever since I went to the doctor.
Ever since you went to the doctor. You must have had a good experience. Did you? No shots?
I had kind of 2 shots in one day. I was still dreaming to be one of them.
But she still wanted to do it after 2 shots. That's right. That's exactly right. Give all of your friends a hand. A musician also Ethan would like to be. I think you need to be a dancer. That's what I think. Anyway, guys, what do they need to do to become and be all of these people? What do they need to do? They need to train, and they need to dream, right? They need to dream and work hard. I heard it. You need to work hard. Exactly. All right, if you all will take off your outfits right there where you are, if you can get... Are you all right? Don't fall off the step. Don't fall off the step. I know. Jacket, suit, yes. Okay. Okay, awesome. Now we know what you're going to look like. Look how neat. Look how neat. Boy, y'all are just awesome. Good deal. All right, Ethan. I want you to go back here. We're fixing to dance again. Are you ready? Here we go. Y'all can have a seat, too. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Mr. Jesse. He wrote a song. Who remembers the song Beat It? Anybody remember that song by Michael Jackson?
I think I do.
Oh, yeah. You know what we forgot to do? Farm it. forgot to do something. Jesse's got a surprise for him. And they talked about this too. Are you ready? And then we'll do our song. What we want today. Everybody stand up. We're going to read it. Here's your job, okay? I'm going to hold the microphone out when it's your turn so it can come through the microphone, okay? So you're going to have to say it nice and loud. When I say read it, you're going to say read it. When I say read it, you're going to say read it. Awesome, you got it. Ethan, get your dancing shoes, buddy. Here we go. This is a good one. It's got a good beat to it and everything. Y'all ready? Bend your knees a little bit. Everybody stand straight up. Bend your knees a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's finding it. It's got to be just right. There it is. You hear it? Here
Laying back and there's nothing to do. I'm thinking really hard, trying to get a clue. But then I realized there's no need to be blue if I read it. Just read it. I thought it over and I have a great plan. I read some Dr. Seuss because he is the man. There's a book on my bed that I know I haven't read, so I read it. Just read it. Getting lazy and I'm running out of time. I need to read a book before I lose my mind. My worries go away and all will be okay if I read it. Just read it.
We can either read that yawn book where we all fall asleep when we read it and we dream, or Jesse can do some sounds on the keyboard. What do you want to do? Jesse, raise your hand for Jesse. Yeah, you won, Jesse. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna sit right here. I don't know what he's gonna do. Let's see. What is that? Anybody know? It's a movie.
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Almost. What?
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Makes you feel like a Jedi. What movie, darling? Pirates of the Caribbean. Good job. Good job. What else you got, Jim? Here we go. Only my favorite. That's right. Mamas, this might be for us. Anybody know? Anybody know? What? Snoopy? Sounds a little bit like it. What? Everybody knows Snoopy! Yeah. All right. Now, are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Okay. Mamas, Jesse knows all about music when we were growing up. I'll put it that way. Okay? And he loves Journey, and he loves all of those things. So let me tell you, if you need to holler when he plays this next one, feel free. You ready? Here we go. Okay, what else you want to do? You want to do? He wants to do sounds. You want to do some sounds? Let's figure out what they are. All right, crisscross episode. Here we go. I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
We got our own applause.
It's got its own applause, that's right. I love it. Guys, I thank you so much for being here today. Are we going to sign up for the reading program? You already did? Raise your hand. Awesome. I wonder how many books they've read, Jesse. You want to find out? You want to find out how many books? 10 books. Who's read 10 books? I know it's early, but you never know. Oh, not yet. How about 5 books? Awesome. You're on your way. You're on your way. How much? 3 books. Well, 3 books is 3 books. How about 1 book? How many? She's read 40 books. How many? 20. Oh, I'm so proud of you. 1,000. He read 1,000. Give me 5. Awesome. Mama's back here going, All right, guys. I think everybody in this room's a firecracker. Do you want to hear a firecracker pop? Let's see if we can do it. Stand up and let's do it.
Hi, I'm Russell, and this is my dad, Bruce Hornsby, and he loves to write, perform, and record music.
Inspiration isn't always easy, but having the right tools can really help.
That's why we love math, science, and technology.
Whether you're playing in your living room or a live concert hall, math, science, and technology helps you create amazing sounds.
Be sure to join the Treehouse Detectives as they learn all about sound, frequency, pitch, and how NASA is using this technology to improve our lives in the NASA Sci-Files, the case of the deafening sound.
sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What is sound? How is a compressional wave measured? What is frequency? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Are you ready?
All systems are go.
Good luck, kids!
Dr. D, look out! Dr. D? Dr. D, watch out!
Great job today, kids. Taking my plane to the lab to make some adjustments. Hope to be back in a couple of days. This flying business is great fun. See you later.
Bye, Dr. D.
Bye-bye. I don't think Dr. D realized how close he was to getting hurt.
I was yelling as loud as I could, but I guess he couldn't hear me.
And that could be really dangerous.
Maybe he didn't hear over the sound of the planes.
That is possible. I guess we need to find a better way to communicate.
Right, because yelling sure didn't work. I think we need to brainstorm other ways to communicate.
Great idea. Or maybe we could come up with hand signals like the guys with flashlights at the airport.
Or we could write down messages. What about radio headsets?
Or maybe some sort of megaphone system.
Right.
Or maybe we can make our planes a little quieter.
Oh, I see. Make the planes quieter, not us louder. Good idea. Maybe we could even wrap something around the engine to muffle the sound.
We should talk to Dr. D about our ideas.
Right. Maybe he can help us make our plane less noisy.
We also need to contact the other treehouse detectives. We're gonna need everyone on this one. Hi, Dr. D.
Hey, Dr. D, how's it going?
Hi, kids. What's up?
We're concerned that our plane is too loud.
What makes you say that? Well, we just think it would be a good idea to make a quieter plane. Can you help us?
Sure. There's lots of things you can do, but first you'll have to learn about sound.
Can't we just build a quieter plane?
Patience, Matthew. Remember, haste makes waste.
What does that mean?
It means if we go too quickly, we may end up with poor results. It's important to understand the basics.
I guess that makes sense.
Very good. So let's start with a definition of sound.
Isn't sound just something that can be heard?
Well, that's a start, but you can't hear all sounds. Actually, sound is a longitudinal wave produced by vibrations that travels through a material medium.
Okay, Dr. D. I think I know what waves and vibrations are, but can you describe the rest of that definition in English?
Okay. Anything that moves back and forth, side to side, or up and down is vibrating. Here, move this bar on the wave machine up and down.
It looks like waves on a beach.
That's right. You're creating a disturbance by vibrating your hand, and that disturbance or energy travels along the bars.
Isn't energy the ability to do work or to move something through a distance?
Very good. This kind of wave, where the motion of the material, like the bars in our wave machine, is perpendicular to the direction the wave travels, is called a transverse wave.
You said that sound was longitudinal wave. How is that different?
With a longitudinal or compressional wave, an object vibrates back and forth like this. The vibrating object pushes air molecules, which in turn push other air molecules, passing the energy along.
And molecules are the smallest particles of a compound that still have all the properties of the compound.
So the molecules move back and forth in the same direction the wave moves. Do they also move away from the source?
Just like our wave machine, the air molecules just vibrate back and forth in place. It's the energy or the disturbance that travels through the material medium.
So what's a material medium?
It's a fancy name for whatever is vibrating.
So bars on the wave machine or the air would be a material medium.
That's right. Light waves can go through a vacuum, but sound waves must go through something, like a solid, a liquid, or the air.
Which is the material medium.
Very good. Just like your moving hand made waves here, all sound waves are created by vibration.
I know. When I talk, my vocal cords vibrate and create sound. We talked about this in health class. I can feel the vibrations in my throat.
Excellent. And to make a trumpet work, you vibrate your lips kind of like this. It sounds better through a trumpet.
Okay, it makes sense now. When something vibrates, like Dr. D's lips, the air molecules nearby move back and forth.
That vibration creates a longitudinal wave, which then travels through the air in the trumpet and across the room.
In this case, the material medium is the air.
You've got it. Congratulations. I've got to leave, but keep me up to date on your progress.
We will, Dr. D. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
That was weird. It was almost like he was in his own little world when we got in the lab.
Yes, it was. As always, Dr. D was very helpful, but I don't think he could hear us when we said hello.
Maybe he was just deep in thought.
Maybe, but I think it's pretty obvious that if we're going to fly our planes with Dr. D, we need to make them quieter.
How do we do that?
The very reliable, tried and true problem board.
Genius. Okay, what do we know?
We know that sound is something that can be heard.
And it starts with vibrations. We know that vibrations make the molecules in the medium collide, and they pass on their energy.
We also know that our planes are loud.
And we know that Dr. D didn't hear our warnings about running into the cooler when we were flying our planes.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know if it is possible to make our planes quieter.
And we need to know if there's something wrong with Dr. D's hearing.
And I guess to do that, we probably need to learn more about sound waves.
So where do we go?
Our first stop should be NASA. If anyone knows anything about airplanes, it's NASA. I also called the other treehouse detectives. Justin's on his way to Seattle with his family.
Seattle? I think Boeing is there too.
NASA does research with Boeing, don't they?
Sure.
Maybe Justin can do some research while he's in Seattle.
Great, and I bet Bianca could find someone to talk to at NASA Langley Research Center.
Well, what about Dr. D's hearing?
That's going to be a little bit trickier.
I really hope our communication problem with Dr. D can be solved by reducing the loudness of our plane. We should be able to make progress by visiting NASA Langley Research Center. In fact, I'm meeting with Miss Casey Burley there now.
Let's compare two kinds of waves. As you learned in the case of the mysterious red light, light also travels in transverse waves. The highest point on a transverse wave is called a crest, and its lowest point is called a trough. However, sound are compressional waves, and they do not have crests nor troughs.
What do they have instead?
Here, let me show you. Hold this end of the slinky and watch what happens when I move it back and forth.
Some areas are more crowded together, and some areas are more spread apart.
Exactly. Where the coils are close together, this is called a compression. And where they are spread apart, it's called a rarefaction.
Kaylee said that sound is created by vibration, but I didn't understand exactly how compressional waves actually form.
Let's use the example of a radio. When you turn the radio on, the speaker begins to vibrate. As the speaker moves outward, the air molecules are pushed together to form a compression, or a crowded region. When the speaker moves back, a rarefaction, or a spread out region is formed. As long as the speaker continues to vibrate back and forth, compressions and rarefactions are formed, and these disturbances move away from the source at the speed of sound.
We also learned that light waves have different lengths. If a compressional wave doesn't have crests or troughs, can you measure its wavelength?
You can measure the wavelength of a compressional wave by measuring from the start of the compression or rarefaction to the start of the next compression or rarefaction. You just have to be sure you start at the same place each time.
How long are compressional waves?
Compressional waves, or sound waves that you can typically hear, range from a few centimeters to about 15 to 20 meters.
That's a big difference. In my research, I read something about frequency. What is it?
Good question. The frequency of a wave is the number of wavelengths that pass a fixed point each second.
So you find the frequency of a compressional wave by counting the number of compressions or rarefactions that pass the point every second.
You're catching on. Frequency is expressed in hertz. A frequency of 1 hertz means that one wavelength passes by in 1 second.
I've heard the term high frequency. That must be when many compressions or rarefactions pass through a point in 1 second.
That's right. And low frequency is when fewer compressions or rarefactions pass through that point in 1 second.
I never knew there was so much to learn about sound. But why does NASA study sound?
NASA's committed to aeronautics research, and one area of study is aircraft noise reduction and making our skies quieter.
What kind of research do you do?
My research is on reducing helicopter noise. Helicopter noise is very distinct in its character, and some people find it very annoying.
Helicopters can be very loud and noisy.
The use of helicopters is also increasing, and as the number of helicopters increases, so does the noise problem.
Why is helicopter use increasing?
Helicopters provide ways to travel that are unique and different from fixed wing. For example, they can hover and maneuver in very small areas, and they're also very effective in transporting people and goods to locations that fixed wing aircraft cannot travel.
Right, because fixed wing aircraft need a runway. Aren't helicopters also used for rescue operations?
Absolutely. In addition, helicopters are being used more and more by police and news reporters. And with airports becoming more congested, passenger helicopters can now be used to transport people between cities.
And if an airport can reduce the number of planes taking off, it will help make neighborhoods a lot less noisy.
That's correct.
So how can you make a helicopter quieter?
We look at the design of the blade. The blade is one of the main sources for noise. We test different sizes, shapes, twists, and rates at which blades rotate to find designs that are quieter than normal blades and maintain their performance capabilities.
I didn't realize that there are so many variables that affect noise. That might be a clue for our model airplane. Thanks, Miss Burley.
Not a problem. Let me show you how we test for rotor blade noise. This is a 50.
Bianca's report from NASA is very interesting. I had no idea that NASA does so much research on aircraft noise. Maybe I can do some research while in Seattle, Washington.
So what's up? Can the Treehouse detectives find a way to quiet their airplane? Is frequency a clue? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Deafening Sound.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What is intensity? What does anechoic mean? What three mediums does sound travel through? When you see this icon, the answer is near. Seattle is an amazing place. It's surrounded by huge mountains located on the Puget Sound, which is cool because you get to travel around on really cool ferries. It's also the site of the 1962 World's Fair, and the Space Needle, built for the fair, actually has a revolving restaurant and observation deck. The view of the city is awesome. I think I'll check out the fish market. Bianca emailed me and said that her mom suggested I check out Boeing. They're the largest manufacturer of commercial jetliners and military aircraft in the United States. They work to reduce aircraft noise also, so they should be able to help me learn more about sound. Wow, this place is huge. I read that Boeing's facility here in Everett, Washington covers 98.3 acres and is recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest building in the world by volume, measuring 13.3 million cubic meters. Miss Belinda Williams, an engineer at Boeing and a mentor for the Society of Women Engineers, agreed to meet with me about sound. Hopefully, she will be able to help us with our remote-controlled plane as well. We think that our model airplane is too loud and might cause some hearing problems.
Knowing the intensity of sound is very important because loud sounds can cause hearing loss.
What exactly is intensity?
Intensity is the amount of energy that flows through a certain area in 1 second. When you listen to the radio, the sound energy spreads out from the radio in all directions. If you hold a loop between you and the radio, the intensity would be measured by the amount of sound energy passing through the loop in 1 second.
If sound energy spreads out in all different directions, wouldn't less energy pass through the loop in a second the further away it is from the source?
That's correct, and it would be less intense.
What if I turn down the volume on the radio? I'm sure that would reduce the intensity.
Exactly. When you lower the volume, you lower the energy of the sound waves passing through the loop in 1 second.
We learned about compressions and rarefactions in sound waves. Does lowering or raising the volume change the compressions or rarefactions?
Yes. For example, when a radio speaker vibrates strongly with a lot of energy, it really bunches up the air particles in a compression and spreads them way out in a rarefaction.
And the strong vibrations make the wave more active.
You got it. Intensity also influences how far away sound can be heard. For example, if you whisper, the sound waves created have low intensity and don't travel far.
That's why when you whisper, only the people close to you can hear you.
Of course, some of a wave's energy is converted to other forms of energy when it's passed from particle to particle. Here, I'll demonstrate on the slinky. When I pull the slinky back, what type of energy does the slinky have?
Potential energy.
Very good. As I release the slinky, potential energy is converted into energy of motion. As the energy in the slinky travels down the slinky and back up, a small amount of energy has been transferred.
And because it transferred some of its original energy, the slinky doesn't have enough energy to continue making waves back and forth.
Exactly. And the transfer of energy continues until the slinky has no more energy and stops. What would happen if I pulled back more of the slinky?
It would have more potential energy, and it would make the waves for a longer period of time before it stopped.
Good job. Similarly, a sound wave of lower intensity loses its energy more quickly and travels a shorter distance than a sound wave of higher intensity.
That's why intense sounds are loud.
Loudness is a human perception of sound intensity. Everyone has different levels of sensitivity to noise.
Can we measure the intensity of sound?
Yes, we can measure the intensity of sound with special instruments, such as a noise dosimeter or a sound level meter.
Why is it important to measure the intensity of sound?
To protect ourselves from continual exposure to conditions that may cause hearing loss.
How is sound measured?
Intensity of sound can be described using a measurement scale. Each unit on the scale is called a decibel. And on this scale, the faintest sound that most people can hear is 0 decibels.
Well, how many decibels would be considered too loud or unsafe?
Any sound above 120 decibels is considered unsafe and can cause hearing loss.
What kind of sounds are more than 120 decibels?
Race cars, rock bands, jackhammers, and airplanes taking off are all over 120 decibels. You can use guidelines to help you estimate the intensity of sound. For example, a cat purring is only about 25 decibels, a vacuum cleaner is around 75 decibels, and a power mower is about 110 decibels.
I think our model airplane might be more than 120 decibels. It's pretty loud. We might need to reduce its noise level. Does Boeing do any research on reducing noise on planes?
Absolutely. Boeing has an entire engineering group devoted to reducing aircraft noise. They continually develop designs ranging from jet noise suppressors on the engine to low noise landing gear. Boeing and NASA are both working towards reducing aircraft noise as much as possible.
Do you think that Boeing's engineering group could help us make our model airplane quieter?
Maybe. The concepts we use to lower noise levels are applicable to all aircraft. Boeing actually has a radio control club called the Boeing Hawks. They might be better suited to answer that question. Let's send them an email.
Ms. Williams was very helpful, and she heard back from the Boeing Hawk RC Club. They suggested that we use a good muffler, shock mounts, a 4-cycle engine, and a better propeller. They also said that we should comply with any noise limits, establish boundaries of the fields, and most importantly, wear hearing protection. Sounds like we have a lot of work to do.
Excellent report. Justin really learned a lot. I've been looking at all the adjustments we could make.
Is it expensive? Remember, we are on a budget.
Is it expensive to fix a hearing problem? How much is your hearing worth to you and Dr. D's hearing?
Did Dr. D not hear you again?
Again, it was weird. I was talking to him earlier about my meeting with Miss Burley, and a couple of times he seemed to not even hear me.
Maybe he was distracted. Maybe he was so focused on flying that he tuned you out. I can't imagine Dr. D not being able to hear. He's like Superman.
Maybe he got a hold of some kryptonite.
This is serious.
I know, but we don't know that Dr. D has a hearing problem.
What do we know?
We know that we need to go to the problem board. Okay, so we know that our plane seems loud.
And we know that sound is created by vibrations.
And that those vibrations create compressional waves.
We know a wavelength is measured from one compression or rarefaction to the next.
And frequency is the number of wavelengths that pass a certain point in a second.
We also know that intensity is measured in decibels, and the more intensity a wave has, the further it can be heard.
And don't forget that over 120 decibels is unsafe.
The Boeing Hawks Club also made some great recommendations for making our model airplane quieter.
We don't know that Dr. D has a hearing problem, but we do know that on a few specific occasions he hasn't responded to us.
What do we need to know?
The first time we noticed Dr. D's problem, he was pretty far away.
In that case, the sound may not have had enough intensity to travel that far.
I think we need to know more about how sound travels, and if it travels first class.
Very funny. We also need to know if everyone hears sound in the same way.
What do you mean?
Matthew has a point. Maybe Dr. D didn't hear us because he was so focused on flying his plane.
Where should we go to find out more?
I'm not sure, but I do know where we can learn more about sound.
Of course, NASA. They work closely with the Air Force to create the X-1, the first plane to break the sound barrier.
I wonder if they use the problem board to figure out that one. To download your own problem board, visit the NASA Sci-Files website. I'm meeting with Dr. Florence Hutchison at NASA Langley. She asked me to meet her in her lab, something called an anechoic chamber. I can't wait to see it. So what does anechoic mean?
Anechoic simply means producing no echoes. For example, this facility is specifically designed for anechoic testing. Notice how the walls and the floor of the test chamber are covered with wedges of foam. These wedges are used to absorb the sound that is propagating from our test model.
Why do you need a special chamber?
Well, the anechoic chamber is needed because the presence of any reflected wave will interfere with our measurements of the sound that is coming directly from the model that we're testing.
We're sort of working with the model. We're trying to reduce the noise created by a remote control plane.
Hey, sounds like your treehouse version of NASA.
Exactly. So far we've learned that sound travels as a wave, and the more energy it has, the further it can travel. But we wanted to learn more about how fast sound can travel.
Well, sound travels at different speed depending on what it is traveling through.
Do you mean whether it's traveling through water or air, or what Dr. D called mediums?
Yes, there are three mediums that sound can travel through: solid, liquid, and gases. Sound travels slowest through a gas, faster through a liquid, and even faster through most solids.
How fast does sound travel in air?
Well, the speed of sound in air depends on temperature. For example, at freezing, which is 0 degrees Celsius, the speed of sound is 331 meters per second, which is about 740 miles per hour at sea level.
So what happens when the temperature is warmer?
Well, at room temperature, which is about 20 degrees Celsius, sound travels at about 343 meters per second, which corresponds to 767 miles per hour.
So sound travels faster when the air is warmer. But how fast does sound travel through water and solids?
Well, in water, it travels at about 1,500 meters per second, and in a solid such as steel, it travels at 6,000 meters per second, which is about 13,000 miles per hour.
That's really fast. Why does sound travel fastest in solids?
The molecules in a solid medium are much closer together than those in a liquid or gas. This closeness and interactivity of molecules allows sound waves to travel more quickly through a solid.
We learned that sounds get softer as they travel farther away from the source. Is there any other way to make sound softer?
Yes, the sound can be absorbed. Materials such as draperies and carpet are good sound absorbers, just like the foam in our anechoic chamber. Sound can also be reflected away. For example, walls are built along the side of highways to create a sound barrier which redirect the sound from the cars away from the houses.
Does sound always travel in a straight line?
While sound waves spread out in all directions from the source, they may be reflected, refracted, scattered, and even diffracted.
That sounds like more research. I read that NASA's doing research on sonic booms. What exactly is a sonic boom?
A sonic boom is a noise that is similar to a clap of thunder. It is caused by an airplane or other object moving faster than the speed of sound in air.
How is it created?
An aircraft travels through the atmosphere continuously producing air pressure waves. When the aircraft exceeds the speed of sound, these waves combine and form shock waves which travel forward from the point where they began. The sound heard on the ground as a sonic boom is the abrupt rise and fall in pressure as the shock wave passes by.
Why does NASA study sonic booms?
Well, the development of commercial supersonic aircraft is of great interest to everyone, and it will reduce significantly travel time to and from distant places.
Supersonic planes would mean that we could travel from New York to someplace like Japan in only a few hours?
Yes, but first we have to lessen or mitigate sonic boom, so people aren't startled by this very sudden and loud noise as the supersonic aircraft is flying overhead.
I guess that is pretty important.
Yes, and NASA is also working really hard at reducing aircraft noise in general. For example, my work is aimed towards reducing airframe noise.
What is airframe noise?
Airframe noise is a noise that is created by the air flowing around the body of the airplane, the wings, the landing gears, and other parts of the plane. Let me show you how we test a model.
Dr. Hutchison's research is very cool, and NASA's working hard to make skies quieter. Our remote-controlled plane may not create a sonic boom like commercial airlines, but hopefully we can help reduce noise as well.
Great stuff. I didn't realize sound traveled at different speeds in different conditions.
And we're just getting started. Don't forget North Shore Academy in Everett, Washington.
How could I? Justin emailed 14 times about it.
Well, he's just excited to find a school doing an experiment on sound while he's on vacation.
It is pretty cool. Are you ready to dial them up?
Of course. Hello. You must be members of Miss Leach's class.
Hi, I'm Emily, and this is Olivia. We were excited to read all 14 emails asking about our experiment.
Sorry about that, but we saw you were doing testing on how intensity or loudness decrease with distance, and we really want to know more about your results.
That's okay. We wanted to test how far the sound of a metronome would travel,
So with the help of our sweet and bowing mentors, we came up with an experiment.
The metronome was very loud, so we made a tape recording and played it back very soft.
Next, we used a meter stick to record the distance from the tape recorder.
We started at the back of the hallway, where we couldn't hear the sound. Next, we slowly walked toward the tape recorder and stopped when we could hear the sound.
Then we marked our position and measured our distance from the sound source.
We repeated the experiment 2 more times and found an average. Then we combined our data and found a class average.
It's very important to do more than one trial, and the more data, the better your results. What was the average distance the people in your class could hear the ticking sound?
Our class average was 22.7 meters.
We were really surprised by the distance between the furthest and the closest student.
One student heard the ticking at 26.8 meters, while another student didn't hear it until 17.5 meters.
Wow, that's quite a range.
Next, we used foam cups that were cut out and placed over our ears.
Why did you do that?
We hypothesized that by placing the foam cups around our ears, it would help us to hear the sound at a greater distance. The cups would help catch the sound waves like the ears of a fox or a wolf.
We repeated the experiment and found that we were on the right track. The class average was 26.9 meters. We were able to hear the sound a lot sooner than without the cups.
Finally, we wanted to test what would happen if we totally covered our ears with foam cups.
What were your results?
Everyone had to come in closer before they could hear the sound. Our class average was 17.2 meters, but it wasn't as close as we expected.
So our test showed us that sound does decrease over distance, but you can enhance the distance that you hear the sound by using a cone-shaped device to capture more of the sound waves.
And we found that covering your ears with foam cups does reduce the sound, but we want to do some more investigation to see if we can find a way to block the sound better.
Wow, thanks for the information. I think we might need to do some testing of our own.
You're welcome. Good luck with your model airplane.
Goodbye from North Shore Academy in Everett, Washington.
There's so much more to sound than sound alone.
So much is going on. I can't believe our brains can handle all of it.
I know. Let's go see Dr. D. I'm sure he'll be interested in our progress.
Actually, I need to go get some parts for our plane. But remember, don't say anything about his hearing. He may be a little sensitive about it.
Right. I'll call Catherine. We should at least collect some more data to try and identify his hearing problem.
I just hope there's nothing to collect.
Hi, guys. You ready to help me conduct an experiment?
We're always ready for your experiments, Dr. D.
Because you're investigating sound, I thought we'd check out how we hear. Did you know that there's a difference between hearing with one ear and two?
Don't we always hear with 2 ears?
You do, unless you have a hearing problem in one ear, or perhaps you have something covering one ear.
So what difference does 2 ears make?
Let's find out. Kaylee, why don't you stand here in the middle of the room and put this blindfold over your eyes?
Do the eyes affect hearing?
No, but we want to find out if you can tell what direction the sound is coming from. And we don't want you to have any visual cues.
Okay, I'm ready. What do I do?
When you hear a sound, point in the direction of the sound.
What am I listening for?
Catherine will talk. To keep you guessing, we'll have Catherine walk while I spin you around.
Don't spin me too much. I might get dizzy.
Here we go.
Can you find me?
Am I right?
I don't want to tell you yet. Keep working at it.
Can you find me?
You both did a great job. Kaylee, you were very close each time. Now we're going to put an earplug in one ear and put an earmuff over the same ear and try it again.
Can you find me? Can you find me? Can you find me? You weren't nearly as close this time. I guess that 2 ears do make a difference.
That's right. Unless the sound is right in front or behind you, one ear is closer to the sound than the other.
So that means that the sound will hit the closer ear first.
And our brain can tell from the differences in arrival time where the sound is coming from?
That's right. Also, the closer ear hears the sound a bit louder, which also helps. So as you go on with your research...
I know. Be sure to keep both ears open.
Thanks, Dr. D.
Can I try it now?
Sure, I've got to go pack, but why don't you two continue the experiment?
I wish we could have had Dr. D try the experiment. It would have given us a chance to check his hearing.
So what's up? Will the Treehouse Detectives discover a way to make their model plane quieter? Is Dr. D losing his hearing? Find out in the next thrilling chapter of The Case of the Deafening Sound.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What does a psychoacoustician study? What is white noise? What factors determine frequency? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
I'm here at NASA Langley Research Center to talk with Miss Brenda Sullivan, a psychoacoustician. She studies how sound affects people both psychologically and physically. My mom and I always disagree on what radio station to listen to when we're in the car. I guess we both have very different tastes in music. Why is it that people have such different feelings towards sound?
Well, people's reactions to sound are very personal. One person's music is another person's annoyance.
That's for sure. Is it because we hear sounds differently?
No, it's mostly our response to sound that makes us differ in our opinions. For example, if you heard a loud thump on a plane, you might be worried because you didn't know what made the sound. But the same sound to the pilot is reassuring because it's the landing gear going down.
Are some sounds more annoying than others?
Yes, alarming sounds, loud sounds, and sounds that mask or cover other sounds. They're more annoying. And unsteady sounds tend to be more worrying than steady ones.
What do you mean by an unsteady sound?
Some practical examples are fire alarms and sirens. Other examples will be an engine sound that keeps changing rather than having a steady drone, or the whop-whop of helicopter blades. And loud is worse than soft, and high and very low frequencies are worse than middle frequencies.
What kind of sounds are more soothing or relaxing to listen to?
White noise, which is steady noise with no obvious features, such as the noise of an air conditioner quietly running constantly in a room. And waves breaking on the beach or a running river can be soothing.
I know that I don't like to be in a quiet room. I have to have noise or I go nuts.
Yes, quite a lot of people have that feeling. In fact, some people think it's a good idea to have noise in waiting rooms and on airplanes where it will cover the effects of other people's conversations. But other people like peace and quiet.
Are there any effects on the human body from sound?
Yes, they're called physiological effects.
Physiological? What is physiology?
Physiology is the branch of biology that deals with the internal workings of living things rather than their shape and structure. For example, if you were out in the forest and heard a bear growl, the sound would cause you to have an adrenaline rush, which would help you to run very fast. We call it a fight or flight response. Some sounds might arouse you to fight, and others, like the bear growling, causes a flight response.
Oh, I would definitely run, and fast.
Even sounds that occur in the middle of the night can disturb your sleep, and that can cause physical problems over the long term.
Does sound affect everyone in the same way?
No, different people will react differently, and the intensity of your reaction to something like the fight or flight will vary over time. What you like today, you may not like when you get older.
I guess our reaction to sound is pretty complicated.
Yes, our hearing system is very sophisticated. In fact, because we have two ears, we can distinguish sounds that come from different directions.
Dr. D did an experiment with us that showed how two ears can help you locate sound.
Yes, and having two ears can help you pick out a conversation from one direction while ignoring sounds from other directions.
If you only had hearing in one ear, how else would you be affected?
Well, people who've lost their hearing in one ear have more difficulty hearing in noisy situations.
Is there anything else that can affect your hearing?
Yes, lots of things. Intense sounds can overload the hearing system and make it hard to distinguish one sound from another. And they can make it difficult to tell where a sound is coming from. And it's harder to pick one sound out in a crowd. Plus, the louder sounds mask the quieter ones.
That might be a clue. Why does NASA study the effect of sound on people?
There are many reasons for NASA to study sound. Aircraft and spacecraft make sounds, and all of these sounds have an effect on both the people on the craft and the people on the ground. It is important that we learn what kind of sounds have the least negative impact on people.
I can see where that would be important, especially with all the planes that fly today.
Yes, and NASA is working on how to reduce the damage to materials caused by loud sounds. We must understand how sound is produced, how it travels through the air and through structures, and how it can be reduced, before we can reduce the damage sound can cause.
I never thought about sound causing damage. Thanks, Miss Sullivan. You've been really helpful.
You're very welcome. Good luck. And would you like to come and hear a sonic boom?
Miss Sullivan's work is critical to helping us solve our problem. We may be able to improve the sound quality of our plane, but we need to determine how its sound impacts Dr. D.
Our latest problem board revealed a lot. First, we know that many planes are loud, and we know how sound is created and how it travels. We need to know how loud our plane was and how we actually hear. While Catherine tracked down an audiologist, we decided to measure how loud our plane was when Dr. D didn't appear to hear us. If we don't solve the problem, how are we going to safely fly with Dr. D? Dr. D! Dr. D! Dr. D!
That was really strange.
How loud was it?
Other than takeoff, decibel readings were well within reason. In fact, the highest level during the flyby was only 74 decibels.
Did you hear me yelling at you?
Yeah.
So Dr. D should have been able to hear me too.
Hey kids, good flying today. Of course you've got a nice plane here too.
Thanks, but we think it still needs some modification.
We're trying to reduce the noise level.
I don't think you can do that, Matthew.
What do you mean?
Well, this propeller you've got on here is really good for noise reduction. Plus, the shock mounts that you've got on there help a lot. And this muffler is really good for sound reduction. I don't think there's anything on the market that's any better.
I guess our research on sound has really inspired Dr. D. He's researching sound at the Pacific Science Center in Seattle, Washington. I haven't heard the results of the Treehouse Detectives test at the airfield, but hopefully Dr. D and I can make some more progress. If I could only find him.
Hi, Justin.
Oh, hi, Dr. D. That's a really big guitar.
It sure is. Here, stand inside while I pluck one of the strings.
Wow, it's really loud in here. I can feel the sides vibrating as well. Can you pluck another one?
Sure. The bridge transfers the energy of the vibrating string to the body of the guitar. The vibrating of the top plate of the guitar and the air inside make the guitar loud.
The strings look about the same, but they sound different.
The strings have different pitches because they vibrate at different frequencies. If a string vibrates quickly or has a high frequency, it produces waves that make our eardrum vibrate at that same high frequency.
And the frequencies are measured in hertz.
Correct. Our brain interprets this high-frequency vibration as being a sound with a high pitch.
And a low frequency would be a low pitch.
You've got it.
But why do they vibrate at different frequencies?
Each string has a natural vibrational frequency called a resonant frequency. There are several factors that determine that frequency. Go ahead and pluck these two strings.
The string with the lower pitch doesn't feel as tight as the string with the higher pitch.
Very good. Tension, or the tightness in the string, is an important factor. If I make this string tighter by turning this bolt, listen to what happens.
As you increase the tension of the string, the pitch got higher, which means the frequency increased.
Right. The frequency also depends upon how long the string is.
But aren't they all the same length?
Yes, but if I hold my finger on this fret, less of the string is able to vibrate.
Wow, the pitch got higher when the vibrating part of the string got shorter.
Other objects also have a natural frequency. Listen as I blow across this bottle.
I've done that.
Now let's add a little water, which really makes it like a shorter bottle.
The pitch got higher. It's just like the string. The shorter the bottle got, the higher the pitch.
Yes! Waves can affect each other. Here, I'll send one wave down the spring. Now you try it. This time let's both send waves at the same time. 1, 2, 3, go.
When the waves passed each other, the wave got bigger.
Good observation. This time I'll send a wave on the opposite side from yours. 1, 2, 3, go.
There was almost no motion when the waves were passing each other. It's almost like they canceled each other out.
Sound waves from different sources can sometimes also cancel each other, just like the waves in this spring. It's called active noise control, and NASA's investigating this technology.
My friend has some noise-canceling headphones. Is that the same thing?
Yes, it is. I think I have a pair in my car. I brought them on this trip to use on the airplane. I'll go get them to show you.
Great, the Treehouse detectives are online. How are you guys doing? Have you finished your experiment?
Yes, and we need your help.
What can I do? Are you with Dr. D?
Yes, we're at the Pacific Science Center, but he just went to his car to get something.
Our plane is already as quiet as commercially possible. Our test results show that Dr. D should have heard us.
Matthew's going to meet with the hearing specialist later, but we need you to tell us if you notice any problems with his hearing.
I might be able to do one step better than that. I'll report to you guys later.
Check these out.
A lot of background noise just disappeared.
A microphone in the headset picks up the background sound and produces a sound that cancels it, just like the two waves in our spring canceled.
These might work great at the airfield. But there's one more exhibit I'd like you to try.
It says I'm supposed to listen to one sound and then try to match it with another. I'll plug in my headphones so I can block out the background sound. Wow, that was pretty close. Think you can beat me with a better match?
No, try it again. Maybe you can get a higher frequency.
All right, a little higher. Okay. I'm getting it. Got it!
So what's up? Does Dr. D have a real hearing problem? Will the Treehouse detectives learn how to communicate more effectively? Find out in the exciting conclusion of the NASA Sci-Files, The Case of the Deafening Sound.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How is high frequency measured? How does sonar work? What frequency range can humans hear? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Dr. Brenda Henderson has agreed to meet with me to talk about some of the other uses of sound. Sounds like really cool stuff, no pun intended. Hopefully the other Treehouse detectives can also discover what kind of hearing problem Dr. D has, if he has one at all.
There are many technologies that use high-frequency sound.
We learned that high frequency is when a lot of sound waves pass a certain point in 1 second. But what do high-frequency sound waves sound like?
People can't hear high-frequency sound. The human ear can only hear up to about 20,000 hertz. High-frequency sound, ultrasound, has frequencies above 20,000 hertz.
Well, if you can't hear it, then how can you measure its frequency?
Sounds that have frequencies we can't hear are measured with a microphone that has a moving diaphragm. The diaphragm is like a speaker in a stereo system, and as the sound passes over the diaphragm, it moves back and forth.
And by measuring how fast the diaphragm moves back and forth, you can determine the frequency of the sound.
That's correct, you're catching on.
Why does NASA study high-frequency sound?
As you know, here at NASA Langley, we do aeronautics research, and we do a lot of wind tunnel testing. We use small-scale models to test new designs. The sound from the small-scale models is at a higher frequency than that of a full-size plane.
So the noise it makes is not the true sound that would be heard if it were full-size.
Exactly, and it is important to determine the true sound. That way we know what the people on the ground will hear from the full-size aircraft. Therefore, we have to understand how high-frequency sound works so we can translate our data from our models to what would actually be heard.
Why do you use models?
Using a model gives us the opportunity to test our designs before we invest a lot of money in a full-size plane. And it is easier for us to test models and collect data in our tunnel than to build a plane and fly it.
That makes sense. We saw planes being built at Boeing, and it seemed very complicated. You said that there's a lot of uses for high-frequency sounds. What kind of technology uses high-frequency sounds?
Ultrasonography uses high-frequency sound waves and their echoes to create images.
How does it create images?
An ultrasound machine transmits high-frequency sound pulses into your body using a probe. The sound waves travel into your body and hit a boundary between tissues. Some of the sound waves get reflected back to the probe, while some keep traveling until they reach another boundary and get reflected.
What happens to the sound waves when they were reflected back to the machine?
The machine calculates the distance from the probe to the tissue or organ using the speed of sound in the tissue. It then creates a two-dimensional image.
That's pretty cool.
Are there any other uses for sound?
Absolutely. Sonar has a lot of applications. Sonar's like radar, only it uses sound waves instead of radio waves, and it's used underwater.
How does sonar work?
Sonar uses ultrasound and echoes. Sound waves are transmitted to unseen underwater objects, and the time that it takes for the echo to return after hitting the object is measured. The position or speed of the unseen object can then be determined.
What are some uses of sonar?
Sonar is often used by submarines to find the speed and position of other boats. It can also be used to map the shape of the ocean floor.
Don't dolphins use something like sonar to find objects underwater?
That's right. They make high-frequency clicking sounds and listen for the echoes.
Is the sound frequency above the 20,000 hertz that we can hear?
The process of seeing with their ears is called echolocation, and the frequencies can be as high as 150,000 hertz.
That's amazing.
Another application of ultrasound involves cleaning. Some dentists use it to clean teeth, and it can be used to clean just about anything from golf clubs to window blinds.
I never knew that sound could be so useful.
Ultrasound can also be used to weld plastics and even some metals. And there is research being conducted on using ultrasound to kill bacteria in polluted water.
Thanks, Dr. Henderson. Sound is certainly fascinating.
You're welcome.
I don't get it.
It's definitely a mystery.
Dr. D, on more than one occasion, either hasn't heard us or has ignored us. We've covertly tested his hearing, and he seems fine.
Dr. D doesn't have a reason to ignore us.
No, generally he's a good listener.
That's why our hypothesis makes sense.
If Dr. D isn't responding to us and his hearing is fine, he must be suffering from some kind of temporary hearing loss. What do we know?
We know that sound is measured in decibels.
And that more than 120 decibels is unsafe.
We also know that our airplane produces decibels at a high level, but not a dangerous level.
We know that sound travels fastest through most solids and the slowest through air.
And don't forget the test we did with Dr. D on using both ears to hear the direction of sound.
And we know that Dr. D hasn't heard us on occasion, or at least that he hasn't responded to us.
And Mrs. Sullivan told us that everyone perceives sound differently.
Sounds like you have a communication problem. Hi, I'm Mr. Yorty, and I'm the zoological manager here at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Maybe I can help.
We're concerned about our friend, Dr. D. We think he might not be able to hear us, and if so, how will we be able to talk to him?
We have lots of animals here in our park for our guests to view and to interact with, so we had to learn to communicate with animals. What do you know about wolves and how they perceive sound and communicate?
I remember reading that some animals can hear sounds that people can't.
That is correct. Humans hear in the range of about 20 to 20,000 hertz. Wolves can hear up over 25,000 hertz. In fact, there's some researchers that consider wolves have the ability to communicate up to the range of 80,000 hertz.
Wow, so wolves can hear sounds that you and I can't.
Correct. Sounds that are above the range that humans can hear are called ultrasonic. Maybe Dr. D is having a problem hearing sounds in the audible range or sounds that most people can hear.
That's a thought. Whatever the problem, we need to come up with new ways to communicate with Dr. D.
Well, you could combine what you say with hand gestures. When our trainers work with these wolves here, we have to use hand gestures and a vocal command to communicate with them.
What kinds of commands and hand gestures?
When we want Kashmir to howl, we say the word howl and twist our right hand at the same time. That way, Kashmir understands what we are asking.
What do you do to get her to stop?
We actually say okay to end the behavior, and then we give treats or attention to let them know that we like the behavior.
We might need to come up with some hand signals to use with Dr. D when we fly our plane.
Good idea, Justin. How do wolves communicate with their trainers and each other?
Wolves can communicate using sound and body language. Each wolf has a distinctive voice and can individually be told apart. Wolves use a number of vocalizations that range from a howl to a bark to a whine. Each type means something different depending on how it is combined with body posture and the situation.
I know how people use body language, but how do wolves use it?
Body language is very important in wolf societies. In a wolf pack, there is always a dominant male, the alpha. Another male, a beta, will crawl to and lay down in front of the alpha to show that he is submitting to his authority. There is also baring of the teeth that shows a wolf's dominance.
I think baring my teeth would get Dr. D's attention.
Looking at their ears, you would think that they could hear over long distances. Is that true?
A wolf's sense of hearing is only second to his sense of smell. A wolf can hear up to 10 kilometers away in the forest and up to 16 kilometers away in the open tundra.
So wolves can not only hear higher frequencies, but they can also hear longer distances. And they can communicate with gestures as well as sound. So, is there anything that can prevent a wolf from communicating with trainers or other wolves?
Distractions of any kind can adjust how a wolf responds. New sounds, new people, anything they haven't been introduced to can really adjust the way they communicate with each other or with the trainers. Our trainers here have to be constantly focused and relaxed when we're working with the wolves.
Sounds like it takes a lot of training to be a trainer.
It really does. When we work with these wolves, we have to make sure our commands are crisp and direct so we never give the wolf a chance to get confused.
Mr. Yorty has an interesting point. We need to talk to the other treehouse detectives that have noticed Dr. D's lack of response and see if he's shown any signs of distraction, stress, or anything that might be a clue.
This afternoon, I'm meeting with Dr. Jennifer Nally, an audiologist at Eastern Virginia Ear, Nose, and Throat Specialist in Virginia Beach. I sure hope she can help. If we don't figure this out, we'll have to ask Dr. D about his hearing directly and hope that he doesn't get too upset. I know that sound is created by vibrations, but how do we hear those vibrations?
The ear has 3 regions. They each perform a special function. First, there is the outer ear, which collects the vibrations and directs them into the ear canal. As the vibrations move down the ear canal, they reach the eardrum, which vibrates and passes the sound vibrations into the second region, called the middle ear.
What happens to the vibrations after they go into the middle ear?
In the middle ear, there are 3 tiny bones that start to vibrate. These bones are the smallest bones in the human body. They are the malleus, the incus, and the stapes.
I didn't know we had bones in our ears.
Yes, the bones are connected like a chain. They connect from the eardrum to the inner ear. They act to amplify the sound waves.
What's the third region of the ear?
The inner ear, which contains the cochlea.
What's a cochlea?
It is a spiral-shaped structure, kind of like a snail, that is filled with fluid and contains tiny hair cells. When those tiny hair cells begin to vibrate, they are converted into nerve impulses. These impulses are sent through the auditory nerve right up to your brain.
I never knew there was so much going on inside my ears. What can cause a person to lose their hearing?
Well, there are many things that can cause a permanent hearing loss, such as listening to loud noises over a long period of time.
How does loud noise cause hearing loss?
Well, loud noises can break those teeny hair cells that are located in the inner ear. They can be either damaged or destroyed.
Can you have a temporary hearing loss?
Yes, when you get a cold, fluid builds up in that middle ear cavity where the 3 little bones are. The fluid keeps those 3 bones from vibrating, causing a temporary hearing loss. Earwax can even be a problem too. So remember, don't put anything in your ear, besides your elbow, of course.
Is there any way to prevent hearing loss?
Most definitely. If you use headphones to listen to music, make sure that music is not too loud. You should always wear hearing protection when you are around loud noises, especially for a long period of time. For example, if you're going to a concert, you should wear some type of earplugs to prevent those teeny hair cells from being damaged or destroyed.
How do you know if someone has a hearing loss?
We use special equipment to measure hearing loss. An audiologist, such as myself, looks in the ear with an otoscope to see if the ear canal is clear. If so, then we perform a tympanogram, which is a simple test to see how your eardrum is moving.
That would be important because the eardrum has to vibrate in order for the sound to go into the middle ear.
Very good, you've been paying attention. Next, we start the hearing test by having the patient repeat words back as the words are spoken softer and softer. This helps us determine the softest point that they are able to repeat the words.
Are there any other tests you do?
Yes, we also play tones at different pitches or frequencies and have the patient raise their hand every time they hear a tone. This part is known as the audiogram. Then we look at each test and see if they are in the normal range for hearing. If not, there is a hearing loss.
Can you reverse hearing loss?
Temporary hearing losses can be reversed by seeing your physician. An audiologist can help you with your permanent hearing loss. One option is by using a hearing aid.
How do hearing aids work?
Hearing aids have microphones that receive sound and change it into various electrical impulses. These impulses are modified by a circuit with the appropriate amount of amplification that the patient needs. Then the signal is sent to the receiver. It is then that it is turned back into sound and presented to the patient.
I guess we might need to have Dr. D take a hearing test. I think he needs a hearing aid.
Well, that might be an option. Have you asked him directly if he has a hearing loss?
No, we haven't wanted to hurt his feelings.
I know it may be difficult to talk to someone about their hearing, but Dr. D may not realize he's not hearing as well as he did before. You actually would be helping him by talking to him. This way he can get tested and treated.
That's true, and I know it's always better to take care of your problems sooner rather than later. So I guess we should tell him today. Thank you, Dr. Nally. You've been a big help.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, Matthew, let's test your hearing.
Dr. D.
Hi, kids. Have you solved your problem yet?
Well, we learned a lot about sound.
That's right. We learned that sound is created by vibration, and that it's a compressional wave, and that it travels through a material medium. Don't forget that it also has a frequency and wavelength, and that sound travels faster through liquids and solids than it does through air. We know that a more intense sound wave will travel further.
And we also know which sounds are more annoying than others.
We also learned about how to protect our hearing. We're definitely going to use hearing protection when we start our planes.
And try and keep the volume at an acceptable level when listening to our iPods.
Our plane actually has a great muffler and propeller system. It's as quiet as possible. We even took the sound level meter to the airfield and determined that the noise there wasn't extreme. Actually, Dr. D, we've come to the conclusion that you might have a hearing problem.
That's right. I can't hear out of my left ear.
You know?
Yes. I've definitely had some problems hearing recently, so that's why I went in for an exam. I've been to an otolaryngologist and an audiologist, and I'm considering a hearing aid.
Wait a minute. Now it's starting to make sense. When we met earlier in the lab and at the airfield, we're on your left side.
And I also have a tendency to tune out my surroundings when I'm really concentrating.
And you didn't try the directionality test in the lab the other day.
Good thing. I wouldn't have done very well.
And at the Science Museum, you used your good ear to do the pitch match. That really confused us.
It sounds like you've been working just as hard on this mystery as you have on your airplane problem.
Oh, believe me, Dr. G, you've been a real challenge. If we're going to be completely safe when flying, you should probably stand with your good ear facing us.
I'm sure it would help.
And to make communication easier, we should probably consider some quieter activities.
Actually, Matthew has it taken care of.
Really?
What does he have in mind?
It doesn't get much quieter than this glider.
Don't forget that if you're 13 years old or older, you need a license to fish in Tennessee, unless you're fishing on property that belongs to either you or your parents. Now you can purchase your license online at tnwildlife.org, your direct link to the TWRA. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with Archery 101, practice techniques.
You don't punch the trigger, you ease the trigger.
Today we're going to talk about the Ned rig. It came on the scene a couple years ago.
Next up, the real secrets of the Ned rig.
Tie that on, cast it.
And we'll finish off with a drop the tailgate at Laurel Hill Wildlife Management Area.
A bunch of trees. How have you worked to improve habitat on this property?
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Harmon, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Hey, we're excited about an Archery 101 series we want to bring to you, and today we're at the Archery Den with Mr. Logan White, the owner, and he's going to tell us about the store, and then we're going to get into some tips and things. So, Logan, tell us about the store.
This is the Archery Den here located in Franklin, Tennessee. Really appreciate y'all picking us and coming here to film these segments. We're going to talk about everything beginner level. Archery 101. My tech, Matt, the store manager, he's going to do most of your tech talk. I'm going to touch base on some practice techniques and things like that. Thank you. Thank you for choosing here. Again, any issues you have with a bow, we can work on here. We can fix them. Matt is great at his job, so bring him in. Let us fix it for you. Let us get you back out on the range, back in the woods.
Awesome. Yeah, this is an awesome store. It's pretty cool to come check it out. So, Logan, what's the number one thing that you do before the season starts?
Practice. Fortunately enough, owning an archery shop and being an avid bow hunter, I shoot year-round. But practice is the most important. If you're not familiar with that bow, you're going to wound one or miss.
Well, one thing that's awesome about the store is you have a range in-house. So let's go check it out and show them a few practice techniques.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're in the range here. As you can see behind us, there's a lot of bows on the wall being worked on, getting tuned up for the season. Matt does great work on those, but Logan's got one in hand. He's going to show us what he does to get ready for the season. So take away.
So the first thing for beginner level archery is don't stretch your distance. You know, stay close, stay 10, 20 yards, and you want to work mainly on technique. If you start shooting early and you have bad technique, you're creating bad habits for your archery career, rather. So the biggest thing is going to be stay 10, 20 yards, like I said, and work strictly on technique. And once you have your technique, your muscle memory down, then we can start backing up 30, 40, 50. And, you know, Matt, he's silly. He'll shoot out to 100 yards. So that's what I'm going to show you today is just 10 yards in the indoor range and how to beginner technique on shooting a wrist strap, how to grip the bow, and things like that. So I'm shooting a wrist strap. It's a B3. We're going to shoot the Matthews bow, the VXR 31.5. So the first thing I do is I get parallel to the target. So my front shoulder is pointing downrange. I'm right-handed, so it'd be my left shoulder downrange. My feet, my front foot, the toes are at the balls of my feet, right at shoulder width, maybe a little inside of shoulder width apart. I thought I knew a lot about shooting and then I went and took a lesson with Mike Hudson, and the first thing he changed on me was my feet. So that's key for me. I always check my feet now. So then we come up like we're going to draw. I like to come high and bring my bow down into the target. Once we get it drawn back, we bend the elbow and the front hand. See how my fingers are loose? They're not gripping the bow, they're not gripping the release. Everything's relaxed. All the weight of the bow is going to be held between my shoulder blades. So I come up to my anchor point, I ease my finger down on the trigger. I don't slap the trigger, I don't lay it down real hard. The triggers on releases are softer than on a gun. So you got to keep that in mind. You just want to ease it on, and once you find your dot, you don't punch the trigger. You ease the trigger, and as you're easing the trigger, you're driving this elbow back. When the bow goes off, it should surprise you. Long range shooters, gun shooters, they tell you the same thing. It's the same thing with a bow.
So, there you have it. Logan, just recap for them. What are the things you need to remember? Muscle memory, things like that, feet, hands, tell them what they need to know.
So for me, it's a mental checklist. A lot of bow shooters listen to Joe Rogan campaigns. They have a mental checklist they go off of before every shot. Mine, it starts with my feet. My feet have got to be right. My front foot, the balls of my feet, a little inside shoulder width apart. This stance for me, I've done it on every tree stand I've been in, and it's been fine. Now, yeah, there's times we got to sit tight and bend here and there. For the most part, I'm good. The second thing is going to be keep your fingers relaxed. You know, everything's just, because if this finger is tight, it's going to make this finger tight. That's going to move your trigger. It's going to move your pressure on the string one way or the other. It's the same in the grip of the bow. Your hand has to be relaxed. You're holding that bow in the V of your hand, so just have it there and just relax your fingers. Like I said, I come from top to bottom. I hit my anchor spot. That's hit your anchor spot, mental note, muscle memory. You hit that anchor spot every time.
And you'll learn that. You'll learn what that is.
You'll learn all that. And then we offer lessons here for a beginner. So if you're unsure, the first few, you know, when you first get a bow, come by, set up a lesson. Me and Matt, we can go through all of that with you. When you leave here, you've got good baseline fundamentals to work with and start extending your range.
Awesome. All right, well, there you go. Archery 101, practice techniques. Go out there and get ready for the season.
Hey everybody, Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing, here bringing you the real secrets on the Ned rig. Today we're going to talk about the Ned rig. It came on the scene a couple years ago and has become probably the fastest growing way to catch bass. And it catches them in big rivers, big lakes, catches them in streams, catches them anywhere, and is one of the most finessey presentations, downsized versions that gets not only a bunch of fish, it catches big fish as well. So today we're going to talk about rod and reel setup. We'll talk about the line. We'll talk about the actual Ned head. We'll talk about the soft plastic lures that go on them. We'll show you how to put them on. And also at the end of it, we'll talk about where to fish it. So let's dive right in. I've got a Cashin Elite Series Ned rig rod here. This is a 7-foot, 1-inch rod. It's a medium power with the fast action. Again, you're talking really small weights with the Ned rig, from 1/16 down to 1/32, all the way up to typically an 1/8 or a 1/4. So you need a rod that's going to be really versatile to cover all of that range. Got that on a Shimano. This is a Stratic 2500 reel, one of my favorite reels. And then from there, I've got Sunline Plasma braid, 16 pound, runs up to an 8-pound Sniper, Sunline Sniper fluorocarbon leader. Now you can go down to a 6, even down to a 4 if you'd like on your poundage of your leader, but for an all-around setup, I like that 6-pound to 8-pound range. So let's talk about the actual Ned head. And all a Ned head really means is it's a small hook, kind of have a mushroom style head, and then have a keeper on it. Some of them have a weedless, kind of a weed guard built into it, but it's pretty small. It's pretty simple. And the baits that you throw, as you can see, pretty small as well. But it's a great way if you're fishing high pressured areas, if you're bank fishing, if you're creek fishing, if you're pier fishing, or if you're fishing out of a boat and you've got a lot of people that's on the water that day, you just need to downsize and get bit, the Ned rig will get you bit. So again, we talked about the head and then a couple different versions that they make. This is a Ned head that has a extra wide gap hook that you can turn around and rig that weedless. Put this tip directly into the soft plastic. That's a version. This is the Missile Baits Ned head. As you can see, it has a keeper collar right here. Has kind of that sickle bend. By far, probably my favorite Ned jig head is the Missile Baits Ned rig head. Also from Missile Baits, it's a little bit different version of the Ned head. They actually put a skirt and they put a fiber weed guard on it, but it's still the same concept. It's a downsized, compact bait that really gets you bit. This is their micro jig. Huge fan of that product. Probably one of my favorite go-to baits as well. So let's talk about what you put on it, on your soft plastic wise. So we got a couple different arrays here. The standard, what everybody really started getting accustomed to, throwing the Ned head or getting exposed to it, is the Z-Man. They called it the TRD, which stands for the real deal. They've got it in, as you can see, kind of the short, stubby worm version. And they also have the new crawl version. Made with the Last Tech, as you know, is extremely stretchy and catch a bunch of fish. And it's pretty cool stuff. But that's really what got the original Ned head. Everybody started to find out about it, was really this setup right here. We'll show you real quick how to rig that. It's as simple as you can imagine. You just take your worm and just thread it up on the hook shank, pop the hook through, and then from there just slide it all together and then pull it down and get it straight. So that's that's how you rig the basic TRD Ned head. The other version is Missile Baits. This is the Ned Bomb. As you can see, they're all about the same in length. This one just happens to have their kind of quiver tail on it. Really great product. And then new product on the market by Torrent Outdoors is their Striker version. I think this is the 4.5, just a little bit longer than some of the other ones. And really where the link comes is from this little teaser tail at the end. Really loving this bait. What's really cool is it's thick here, so you've got really good plastic to put your hook through. But here, it's got this rib version that puts off a lot of bubbles and helps you get more bites. So real quick, we'll talk about, we showed you on the original TRD. I'll show you on the Missile Baits Ned head and their Ned Bomb. Again, pretty straightforward. Go right in the middle of your bait. Take your time. Make sure you get it straight. And then from there, all you're going to do is just pop that out and just keep sliding it up the shank of your hook. Make sure you get it past that collar there. And there you go. Make sure it's straight. Tie that on. Cast it. Now here's the next part of it is where do you throw it? And I say this not necessarily joking, but you really throw it anywhere. Only thing you got to remember is, in this version, you have an exposed hook, so keep that in mind. There are some other ones that have some weed guards on it, but just remember you got an exposed hook. But if you need to get bit, rock around limbs, around brush on the edge of that, on the grass line edges, around docks, any structure that's in the water. Again, you've got this scaled down version that bass, it's not intimidating to eat. It's not a real big meal for them to eat. They can just pick it up real quick and go. Get your Ned rig. Check them out. I promise you will catch fish. Where most times that you're struggling, the Ned head will get you bit. Thanks again for joining us. Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing. Make sure you come out and check out my social media platforms. We got some more tips and tricks. Thanks to the TWRA for allowing me to come in and bring you the real secrets of the Ned rig. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for joining us today on Drop the Tailgate. I'm Barry Cross, the Region 2 Communications and Outreach Coordinator, and we are on Laurel Hill Wildlife Management Area. And today, Pam McDonald, the manager out here, has joined me, and we're going to talk about everything Laurel Hill. So, Pam, how many years have you been at Laurel Hill?
I've worked as the area manager at Laurel Hill for 7 or 8 years now.
And this is a big time of year for you guys because you're coming into deer season. And I know that a lot of people may not understand how it operates down here. And this is mostly a quota hunt WMA. How does that work?
Well, anytime you go to any WMA, it's always good to check the hunting and trapping guide because some WMAs are set up on same as statewide seasons. And then others, like Laurel Hill, have special seasons. We have roughly 2 weeks of archery earlier than statewide. We have a youth hunt that is a weekend, and it's a week earlier than the same as statewide. And they're both open to anybody. You don't have to have a special permit, just the license that are applicable to a WMA are all you need.
So those are non-quota hunts, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And then all of the gun hunts, we have a 4-day muzzleloader hunt. It's a week earlier than same as statewide. And we also have 3 rifle gun hunts. And the first one opens a week earlier than the regular gun season does statewide. And they're all quota hunts. So the quotas are 500 hunters are all that's allowed on all those hunts. And a person needs to look in the guide, and there's instructions on how to go online and apply, and it's always usually about the middle of July when you put in for those quota hunt drawings.
So if you're planning on hunting with a gun down here at Laurel Hill, you need to start thinking about that right after the beginning of buying your license and look for the quota hunt application period to come open and put in for one of the draw hunts. When I looked in the guide, it said, I think the 4 gun hunts that you have, muzzleloader and the 3 gun, they all say bonus deer. Does that mean it doesn't count towards our limit?
That's right. It's an extra one that is above the statewide buck limit. Anytime it says bonus, it could be, some management areas even have bonus turkeys, some have bonus deer, so that's an animal you can get above the statewide limits.
The thing with coming down here is you need to know that there are some restrictions in place when you're hunting deer down here, aren't there?
Yeah, we have antler restrictions at Laurel Hill. There's probably, I'm guessing, 4 wildlife management areas across the state that still have some type of antler restrictions. So at Laurel Hill, a buck has to have at least 4 points on one side or at least a 15-inch spread.
What you're allowed to take, is it 1 buck or is it 1 doe? What are you allowed to take out here?
Most of the gun hunts are buck only. You can only harvest 1 buck, and it's a bonus. The 3rd gun hunt that is the first weekend of December, it's a either sex hunt, so you could kill a doe or a buck.
Okay, and what about the juvenile hunt?
The juvenile hunt, the antler restrictions are lifted, so a youth could come and they can kill anything they want to, a buck or a doe of any size.
And that's a non-quota hunt. Anybody can come out here for the juvenile hunt.
Yep, that's like mid-October, 17th and 18th, I believe, are the dates, and the youth can come kill a buck or a doe.
You know, there's that old movie about baseball. They say build it and they will come. Nothing happens accidentally, really, does it? I mean, this land out here, you've been manipulating this for the whole time you've been here.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you had a tornado come through and tore down a bunch of trees. How have you worked to improve habitat on this property?
Well, like you said, the tornado was significant because it laid down, 600 acres of timber overnight. So what we did was did a harvest sale on that timber, and then we're going to just let it naturally regenerate because it's just more or less a straight line 6 miles long, probably less than a quarter mile wide. At this point it's got, let's see, it was in 13, so several years growth on it. and it's getting pretty woolly, which is good for wildlife management. But, you know, we're pretty much 80% mature hardwoods at Laurel Hill. We haven't ever done a significant logging rotation, and we don't plan to. We did cut one tract this spring, roughly 100 acres, and that's all I'm planning to harvest timber-wise in my career. But we did cut it. It's fairly flat ground, and I thought it would make a nice small game opening, just to completely clear the stumps and let it be managed for small game area. But then as far as the rest of the land, you know, with these wet summers that we've been having, we've got probably 2,000 acres at least of open ground, and every 3 years you've got to do something to it or it just grows back, you know, it gets too woody and too big that you'd have to get a dozer in it to manage it. So you have to burn it, disc it, something to keep the trees from getting too big on you that you can't handle it.
Yeah. And you mentioned small game. There's a lot of small game opportunities out here. I know you can squirrel hunt and rabbit hunt, but there's even quail.
Yeah, we have a fair amount of quail, but Laurel Hill was initially set up to be a small game management area. So that's another bonus to me of having the quota hunt system, because people can come out here and squirrel or rabbit hunt, and they don't have to worry about making a deer hunter mad because a pack of dogs has run under his stand, you know. So there's just those 4 weekend gun hunts, and the rest of the time the small game hunters can do what they want to hunting wise. So that's kind of a win-win. The hunts are earlier, which lets people get out in the woods earlier than, say, my statewide season, so the deer hunters like that. And then the small game hunters like it because, you know, it's not like they're going to make anybody mad by trying to do what they enjoy.
Yeah, and you know, on top of that, you're talking about hunting, but when you think about an area like this, there's a lot more opportunity out here. I know you have some horse trails. How does that work with the big game hunting? And
well, we do have 30 miles of horse trails, and they can ride any time that there's not a big game season going on. So as long as there's not a deer or a turkey season, they can ride. And they just have to have either a license that would be valid to hunt the WMA or the high impact permit.
Along with the horseback riding, I see that in the guide it says something about ATVs or OHV, but you don't really necessarily have trails specifically for riding those. What is that talking about?
We just mentioned that because, you know, it's a question that everybody wonders about if they can ride here or not. We've got 30 miles of roads through Laurel Hill, and they're nice chert gravel roads, but you can't ride your ATV or side-by-side anywhere except where you could drive a truck or a car. So we don't have designated off-road trails. During the deer hunts, we do allow people to bring an ATV to help them retrieve a harvested animal. You know, you could ride on the 30 miles of roads, but you would still have to have your permit or a license.
This is kind of a unique WMA in that there's actually water on this property, and you've got a couple lakes and a river running through.
We do. We have VFW Lake. It's around 20-something acres, and we also have Laurel Hill Lake. It's like 425 acres. And then the Little Buffalo runs pretty much right through the center of Laurel Hill, and it's a nice size creek that people could have a lot of wading opportunities to fish. And it's got some nice holes, deep holes for smallmouth or rock bass, bluegill, some catfish. It's not enough flow really that a person could just come and put a kayak and go. So it's pretty much wading. You'd have to pick your spots.
And at certain times of year, I hear there's some trout in there.
We do, yeah. They do the trout stocking. I think they call it the spring or summer trout stocking because it starts in like February or March and goes all the way to the first week of June.
So it's a cold river.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as we move past the deer hunting and the winter small game and all that, we come into turkey season. I know turkeys have been studied down here in these southern counties that border Alabama. How is turkey changing for you this year?
This year in Lincoln, Giles, Lawrence, and Wayne counties, they have shortened the season by 2 weeks. So pretty much mid-April to mid-May is our season this year, and the limit is dropped.
Okay, so down here you got to pay attention to the limits, and you got to pay attention to the season opening dates, because right now there's a study going on to determine why the turkey population has taken a dip in these counties, but there's still turkey out here, aren't there?
There are. This spring, COVID just kind of got going in March, and so we probably had more turkey hunters than we've had in a long time. But we still harvested like 12 birds for 15,000 acres. So the numbers are down here, but there are some turkeys here. You don't have to put in for a quota or anything.
Okay.
But it's not a bonus bird either.
Okay. If you're planning a trip to come to Laurel Hill WMA, it is just west of Lawrenceburg on Highway 64, is that right?
Well, it's kind of the corner between the Natchez Trace Parkway, Turnpike, and Napier Road, that northwest corner of Lawrence County. And we do have some campgrounds as well, primarily for hunters and fishermen, but there's 3 primitive campgrounds that people can come and stay.
Okay, and like we said, the deer hunts this year, if you hadn't already gotten your quota permit to hunt it, you're out of luck this year, but be sure and look for the quota application period this summer. If you want to come down and small game hunt, there's plenty of opportunity for squirrel, rabbit, there's some quail. You can run your dogs, have a good day. Do they have to stop hunting like a day before the big game hunts, or?
Just at sunset the day before.
Okay. And great place, lots of places to run around. So it's another WMA you can check out. If there are any questions that we didn't answer, go to the hunting guide and look in there and see if that helps any. If not, give us a call.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for October 17th, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I'll second it. I have a motion from Ms. Carol Haas and a second from Chuck Isabel. I wanted to call him Izzy.
It's okay, a lot of people do.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we'll get right into it. We got the Goblins and the Goodies and Zombie Night and Movie Night, and then Miss Kathy has got us a full gig next Saturday, so we'll start out with Miss Kathy, and she can tell us all about what's going on.
All right, so Saturday from 2 to 4 will be the Goblins and Goodies event at the park. We've got about 31 vendors signed up right now to have a booth. So that'll be from 2 to 4, and then starting at 5 o'clock, the Zombie Night with a dance-off. We'll have a DJ at the football field like we did last year. We are going to ask some of the board members if you want to judge the dance-off so we can determine who wins the first, second, and third. And then at 6 o'clock, we're going to do the Addams Family 2 movie, and the Senior Center will be there selling concessions.
How many vendors did we have last year? I don't remember.
We didn't have that many. A lot of the people said they didn't have enough staff. I think maybe 20 to 25 showed up. This year we have a little over 30. I think it's right at 31 right now.
Are we doing political vendors this year?
We do have political vendors, yes.
And I have to give props to David from looking at the weather, as good a job as he did with the other events that we've been having. Saturday, David, is supposed to be phenomenal. Now, I hope I'm not jinxing us, but if the past has taught us anything with the weather being like that, I'm sure we're going to have an abundance of children.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was going to pull up the weather this morning when I got to the shop, and I was instructed not to do so because we don't look at the weather on event weeks. It worked for OTF, so we're not going to look at the weather all week. We're just going to show up and play it by ear and see what happens.
Well, you know, OTF and National Night Out, everything has been so far been great. I don't even think that it's supposed to be cold Saturday night for the movie. It's going to be cool, but it ain't going to be like cold. So, does anybody have any questions about Saturday? All right, so we'll move on to, as we do every year, Veterans Day, November the 11th.
All right. The Veterans Day ceremony is November 11th at 11 a.m. at Veterans Park. Ross and Tabitha Howard and Pastor Randy Berg will be our 3 speakers this year at the event. And we have made the Facebook announcement to sell the flags for the field of flags. And then, of course, the bricks that are always on sale. So they still have time to get those to hopefully be delivered so we can have them on the wall by November 11th.
The bricks for the memorial wall?
Yes, correct.
I saw something on Facebook where one of those was removed.
It was a blank.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But those are always for sale?
The bricks are always for sale, $35. We get a rush around Veterans Day trying to get the bricks on the wall. And then right around Veterans Day, about the month prior, we open the flags for sale.
Okay,
And those,
because the comment on Facebook, somebody, I guess, only had thought that they were not selling anymore.
Right.
So they're always for sale.
correct, they are.
Okay.
Is it just for veterans?
It is just for veterans on the wall, correct.
And
Veterans of the United States military, United States veterans.
Will you guys be set up giving away your world-famous coffee, hot chocolate, and donuts?
Oh, yes, at Veterans Day, we will. We'll have refreshments that morning as well.
Okay. Any questions about that? And now we'll move on down to the Parade of Lights.
Okay, Parade of Lights is the first Saturday of December, which is December 3rd. And the parade will start at 5 p.m., start at City Hall, and then end in the park for the tree lighting ceremony. Chris Clark will be the Grand Marshal, and this year's theme is Fire Up the Holidays.
And anybody that's happens to be watching this on YouTube that may not be familiar, who is Chris Clark?
He
Or you want me to answer that?
I believe he was the prior interim fire chief.
He was.
Yeah,
I
he
think
was.
interim was, but he was assistant and then interim, correct, before going to EMS in Rutherford County?
Yeah, he was our fire
became our
chief.
fire chief.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was actually, okay.
He was our fire chief.
It's not on here, David, but I want to interject with it, just so I'll know, and maybe you got it planned for next month, but I just want to, because of the parade lights and the lighting of the tree, what's the status with the ice rink this year? Am I jumping the gun?
Yeah, we're actually gonna try to install that the week of Thanksgiving, we think. And then, do you have the dates? I didn't bring the dates with me on that.
December 1st would be the employee skate, and then it'll go December 2nd through December 17th. And it'll be available to the public, available Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
Okay, I didn't want to jump the gun, but I just wanted to make sure that we start getting the word out there, because I think that thing's going to be a huge hit.
Well, and this year we're expanding, so it's gonna be 50% bigger. Last year, I think we did it Monday and Tuesday. We didn't do it on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And we found out that the Monday and Tuesday, we really weren't getting a whole lot of traffic. So we're gonna do it Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this year and try that out.
You're gonna open it up where people can sign up when they get there? Because I know we had talked about it before.
In person. We're not going to
Yeah.
do the pre-registration like we did last year.
Okay.
The only day that really filled up was the Winter Festival Day, and that was traffic messed with some people getting there. They didn't get there allotted times. So we're still going to open it on the hour, so you'll get an hour rotation, but it's first come, first serve. So if you show up at 12:30 and it's already at capacity, you'll have to wait till 1.
Okay.
So.
Is it too early, David, to put in an order for like about a 35, 40 degree night that night? Or?
Oh, no, we're already working on that. Actually, I think this year, we have talked about, we did the Winter Festival last year and kind of put everything in the front parking lot. Well, as y'all know, last year, it was a terrible day for weather that day. Rained a bunch of our vendors out. So we had 20-some odd vendors signed up, and I think maybe 5 to 8 showed up. I think we're gonna rent a big tent, maybe a 50 by 100, and put in that front parking lot so the vendors can actually be under the tent and then kind of light that up. In case we do have some bad weather, at least we can still have our vendors there.
Away from the tree.
Yes, in that probably around that middle in the front parking lot in between those two light posts.
I like that idea. And hopefully we will get a good vendor that'll show up with coffee and hot chocolate.
Correct.
I'm sure we'll talk more about this next month, but it's on my mind, and I just wanted to, because you guys worked hard last year. Y'all have any questions about the Parade of Lights? All right, we will move on to the Winter Festival.
Which December 3rd, we're going to have it from 3 to 8. We're going to open it before the parade starts this year and have it a little longer for the vendors. We have the horse and carriage rides. We've got 2 horse and carriage rides coming this year that will take them up through the walking trail in the back of the park and do rotations that way. And we've already opened up the registrations for the arts and craft vendors for the event. And we are currently looking for a warm snack vendor, be it hot chocolate, donuts, something of that nature. So.
I'm just, is that something the senior center would do?
Well, they generally do hot chocolate and cookies after the parade at the tree lighting. I think they're interested in doing that this year. I know last year they couldn't make the tree lighting, so they provided that at the employee family night skate. So I think maybe this year they may be looking at doing both nights. It's something they've generally done in the past. I think they enjoy doing it if it fits into their schedule. I think they did mention, and I probably failed to mention it to Kathy, that that may be something they want to do. Even if we could find another vendor type, we've had several of those in the past. We had like a mini donut here at City Hall, and the senior center was still able to provide the free stuff also.
We want the mini donuts back.
They were supposed to be here last year, so,
Don't get me started, man. I was looking forward to it. I was just thinking, if the center's always been good about doing that, but if they could combine it to where it could be a minimal charge for a fundraiser and still, good for the citizens, that it would be a win-win situation, something just to think about, But, I don't want to put them in there without, but just an idea. That's what we're here for, advisory, Any more questions about this? All right. So we're going to talk about the fall ball clinic.
And I'm going to get Andrew to jump in here too. I think we finished up this past Saturday morning with kind of like a game day, kind of like a play day for all the kids that were involved. So we did have 4 nights of practice type sessions and then followed it up Saturday. 4 good nights, 4 great weather nights. We didn't have a rain out, so we didn't have to reschedule. A lot of participation. Saturday was a great turnout, and as some of you guys know, you guys were there to see it firsthand. Just to see the progress that those kids made from the first night to what we saw Saturday was night and day. Every night they showed up. Parents were great. Can't say enough about the parents and our volunteers. They showed up. I'm sure there's a million things that the parents could have been doing those evenings, but they made sure they brought their kids to the park. So that's what we want. So from what we witnessed in those 4 weeks and Saturday, when the kids left, they were all excited about what was coming in the spring. Had parents asking us about the new league coming in. I didn't see a kid that did not leave with a smile on their face. So I think it was a good experience for everybody. Props go out to the coaches and volunteers, especially on the T-ball side, because I tried to do that for 2 nights, and I was like, I got to have a vacation. They were,
It was like a Chinese fire drill.
Yes, sir. So,
like many of y'all know, we're going through a transition where we're changing to the new league, and a lot of the parents want to volunteer with the new league. So I think just having the clinic and having the kids involved, they want to get involved also. So that was a great sign for us moving forward.
So the new thing that we voted on, that worked out for the...
That's what we're going to discuss next, yes. Yeah. But a lot of the parents want to volunteer with that new league.
Oh, okay.
So, they expressed a lot of interest in that over the past few weeks.
Can't say enough about the volunteers. Sunny with Rock Springs Middle, she was huge on the softball side. First night, I think she showed up. She probably had 50 girls down there on that side. Brent Turner, he kind of spearheaded the baseball side. Andrew and his guys had everything out there. So it was very organized for something that was kind of thrown together. I don't say thrown together because a lot of effort did go into it, but just to see the organization and the equipment was on each field when it was needed. It's pretty impressive for our guys to have our whole department jump in. And they're like anybody else. They could have been at home wanting to spend time with their family, but everybody in our department participated in all 4 nights. So big shout out to them. Them guys are great. Kathy and Sheila, awesome. Andrew was on. I thought he was going to wear himself to death on the shirts. He started ordering them like 2 or 3 months before they came in. So, we couldn't ask for a better turnout. I think things went off without a hitch.
I'll just add a little bit to that. You said thrown together. It's probably not the right word, but it was kind of a quick thing, and everybody involved did great. The park crew, Andrew whipping up hot dogs, man, it was, it was good. The kids were happy. Because, you know, most kids, now there's a few, there's always a few, but most kids, man, they just want to get out and play. And I guess we can just roll this right on into the next one, the ball league, and know that that's going to, and you used one word that I am really, really proud of, because let's face it, we've not seen it in a while, especially the last 2 years. You used the word organization or organizational. So that's something that between that and another word, communication.
Yeah, and with that being said, I will turn it over to Andrew because him and Julia already have, they've got the communication down. There's been more communication before their contract has ever been in place than with any organization that has been up there since we have been here. So, yeah, I'll let him run that down.
Yeah, like David said, Julie and I, we probably speak at least once a week as of right now. But the last BOMA meeting, the board passed the RFP, which you all basically saw from the last meeting. And then the next month will be the user agreement. So that's just finalizing all the info that our agreement's set for the spring. And once that's done, they're good to go. So, but she's already pretty much toured the facilities. We've kind of expressed when signups are going to start, what our scheduling needs are, what their needs are. So we're moving right along. So.
Yeah, what we want to do is provide them with whatever they need to be successful, whether that be them printing up flyers and us going out on a Saturday and Sunday and standing at the local supermarkets or Walmart and handing them out for them. We're willing to do that, to put their signs up. I'll be honest with you, man, I've been here 12 years, and everything in our department seems like it's trending in the right direction except for that ball league. So that has been a thorn in our side. So we're ready to turn the corner, and I don't see it not being successful. I just don't, because I know their passion is there, their heart's in the right place. They're dedicated to the kids of this community, and anybody that knows her knows that the basketball league, you know, it's a success. So we want to see that spill over onto the ball league side too. And I think we're heading in the right direction.
We talked to.
And so far, I think she's even went ahead and scheduled her board to go ahead and meet up there. So I think they're laying plans pretty quickly to get this up and rolling.
And I know you guys talked about scoreboards. You talked about the sound systems. You talked about the little tweaking things.
The details that
the kids
want to see.
Yeah, that make a ball league excel, and she's you know, I'm not going to go over expectations, but she kind of knows what we're expecting, but at the same time we've got to stay humble and be realistic and grow it gradually. We don't want to go in there and, you know, but now if it happens, hey, that's great. So I'm excited. The board meeting with BOMA, once we do that, we can blow this thing out of the water and start talking about it. So.
Yeah, and you've referenced the scoreboards and the stuff like that. We want to make sure when they come in that they're not scrambling to figure things out. We want to make sure everything's working for them, whether that be freezers, if we have to replace some freezers. So it may take an initial investment on the city side just to make sure that stuff is up and running, but we couldn't expect an organization to come in and repair that stuff for us. So that needs to be ready for them once they come in the door. They don't need a headache of figuring out, well, I got 2 fields over here the scoreboards don't work on, you know. As a parent, if you go to a game, you want to see the scoreboards working. So, I mean, that's our goal as a department. Andrew's on top of that. Like, he's already met with Julia over, like you said, the PA system and the scoreboard. So there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to have that up and running.
Now, I'm not one to kind of live in the past, but I am curious about one thing. Well, I'm curious about a lot of things, but one thing, if it happens, who would handle it, or can we help? Can we go back to the days of where we used to get sponsors and hang their banner on the fence?
Now, their user agreement, they are able to go out and solicit businesses and put up sponsorships and bring in revenue that way. So any previous user agreement we've had has had that in there. That's just up to the organization. Now, I know that she's reached out, and I know she has parents that work at different companies here in LaVergne that she's already had them reach out to. So I do know that that is in motion right now. So,
is that something that just Joe Public, us, whoever can,
You can, if there's people you think that would sponsor a ball league, I would definitely send them either to Julia's
I
direction.
know Giles got 2 or 3 in his hip pocket.
Well, Land of Frost
He
used to be a
does.
big one. They give out, the money's there. It's just the organization that had it previously, never reached out to them. When the city ran it, we had Land of Frost. I think when LBSA had it, maybe they had Land of Frost. So that organization's been around here. So there is some money out there waiting. It's just making the contact.
How do we or them determine the size of the banner, how much the banner costs to make, and where do you get them made at?
We can get the banners made, whether we use Front Street Signs in Smyrna. I don't know if the vendor, like if, say it was Land of Frost, if they have stipulations, if it has to be a 3x5. I'm not sure. Kathy, do you know? Have you dealt with them?
I don't know. I think we gave out sponsorship packages that they chose.
and that might be something I need to discuss with her. Maybe her board puts in place of what a sponsorship package is, like a level, and then this is what you get for that level.
That's how we did it when we had it with the city.
So different size banners,
Yeah, so
is a different size.
Let's just say it's $250, you get a 3x5 banner or something like that.
Okay.
Something. And
Yeah, because I'm like everybody else. I think everybody on this board in the city has got kids, you guys. I think we're all gung-ho about this league, and we want it to excel. And if there's things that we can do that will help, because if I'm not mistaken, the more banners you get and the more donations you get drives down the cost of the entry fee. And I know you all even talked about that, an early entry fee price as opposed to
I think she's gonna have early sign-up registration, and then her registration prices vary based upon what division you are in for your age, so.
all right, I'll be
and
quiet.
that money's out there. Like I think Land of Frost at one time, it may have been up to $10,000, 5 in the spring and 5 in the fall. As long as their name was on the back of a shirt or the front of a shirt, and you took the pictures and submitted it to them so they knew,
Oh, I
It
coached
doesn't
with
cost a
that.
lot of money to put their name on a shirt.
I coached in, I know, man.
It's still a lot to sponsor a complete team as long as their name was on it.
But if you all know anybody that's looking to sponsor kids, I mean, definitely have them reach out to the front office at the park, and we can send their info to Julia and USL and have
Yeah, and
them.
it doesn't have to be like you want to sponsor, you're a $250 sponsor or $500. If you could, I don't know what she's got to sign up for a kid, but even $50 could go towards a kid, or, say, I only have $75 here, I'm like to put this towards sponsoring a kid somewhere down the line.
Do you all have, or does she have a template, some sort of,
I would have to get with her on that. I don't think she does right now. I know, like I said, she was supposed to meet with her board this past Tuesday, but they had some scheduling conflicts. So I can touch base with her on that and see what they can discuss there on their meeting and bring that back before you all, just to let you know next month.
all right, well, it won't be long, it'll be here, they'll be doing sign-ups.
Yeah, they have sign-ups scheduled for January and February, practices in March, and the games are right around the 1st of April.
All right, any more questions about the ball league? Well, Does anybody, well, let's just do it this way. We'll start with Mr. Isabel. Chucky.
Yep.
I know him good enough now, I don't have to call him Charles.
Only bill collectors call me that.
Do you have anything to add to this meeting?
No, I think it's been a good meeting.
Commissioner Davis?
So we have some really good stuff coming up. I'm really excited about all of this. And also every year, I'm excited to see how it's growing as well. But I also want to thank you all for all of your hard work. We help when we can, but you're pulling all the weight, and we want to thank you for everything.
Ms. Carroll?
Just to, follow up with Laura, thank you to the Parks and Rec Department, the whole group. I mean, y'all are awesome. You're personable to the community, and every event has more community participation. There's more people coming out, even from surrounding communities like Smyrna, Antioch, even Old Timers Festival. I talked to some people that came in from Murfreesboro. So the word's getting out that when LaVergne has an event, it's top A, number one. So thank you all very much. And again, I look forward to the events coming up for the rest of the year, and then January 1st will be around the corner and we'll be starting it again. So thank you all.
Mr. Giles?
Yes, I live in the Brookside community in LaVergne, and one of our HOA guys came to me this week and asked about the park that they're building over there. So just want to know the city's involvement in the park and their what they like to do with it. They're very concerned over there about that park.
The Brookside Park?
Yes, sir.
David?
It is actually it's a TDOT grant, so we have to follow their steps that they put forward. So actually today, I think they just approved the minutes from the Planning Commission when we took it to the Planning Commission 3 months ago, I think. So, we got the grant, we are awarded the grant, but they did need that step added to their history, showing that we as a city did take it to the Planning Commission. So, I mean, it's set up over there. It's going to be a walking trail. It's a play area, a swing area.
Yep, it's gonna have a parking lot, maybe 10 or 12 parking spaces.
Pavilion.
It will have pavilion. And the walking trail should tie into the existing walking trail that is behind the houses now.
Yeah.
And then it's going to have like a youth multi-purpose soccer. We call it a soccer field. It's like a U8 soccer field, but it's not going to be lighted, so it's kind of just be a multi-purpose field.
And that'll have a couple of benches. That'll be with that also.
Okay. What's the time frame for opening?
I think we have to use that money within 3 years. I would have to double check to see when the clock started on that. I think COVID threw everything behind, because this was actually started in 2020, but we really didn't get to go ahead to start moving forward here until probably within the last 6 months.
Is that the part that you're building? Is that the one we voted on, or is that somewhere else?
That is the.
I think you're talking about the Blue Cross Blue Shield grant.
Yeah, that is another grant that is out there. Okay. That's totally different than this TDEC grant. That Blue Cross Blue Shield grant would be for a playground that we're proposing kind of over around the Hurricane Creek area, where the walking trail dead ends right now. But the one you're talking about, we brought before this board, I want to say in 2020, around December of 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Cole, did you hear the question? He was talking about he was asking about the Brookside Park. Maybe you or Mr. Graham can update us on.
Sure. You want to come up with so the Brookside Park had to go through Planning Commission and get approval through Planning Commission. Then that, as well as the minutes of the approval, had to be submitted to the state. And so that has been submitted, and we're just waiting for them to release funds, and then everything starts. So it will have a pavilion, a ADA accessible playground, a soccer field, and some parking. And it is a pocket park designed for the local community, not a big Veterans Memorial Park, similar to how Mannequin Park is.
Well, Giles lives over there in that area, and they were asking him about it, the community. So,
Discussing the planning commission to increase the size of the car park, but looking at the grant, we decided to leave it as it is, because if we went through, money to be funded for the park as it would drawn up.
Okay, thank you.
And I've gotten a few emails from some residents over there about could we change out the soccer field for a pickleball court, and we actually have one over here with Veterans Memorial, so whereas we don't have soccer, really a soccer field anywhere in the city, so right now it's staying with that. But what other questions were they asking?
More so just concern about the neighborhood. It's a small community over there, you know, in this last phase, it's not connected to the other side of Brookside, so they're concerned about that kind of stuff.
Yes, it is designed to be pocketed, so small, something for that immediate community, not one of the larger parks. So I was just over there. I know I've spoken with Kathleen, who lives on Condor, that backs up to where the park will be, and she even has some concerns about where it's at. But this has truly been a long time coming, because this was, Brookside Park was really established under Mayor Mosley, but it was just a walking trail that ended to an open field. So there was no park, and our side of town really hasn't had anything other than the fire station. So this is the start of that. We've discussed some other uses. I know there's one piece of property that's developing where they're giving the city some land, and that will either be for police, fire, or for the parks. And so, but it's moving towards these smaller pocket parks for localized communities, rather than just have something where you would see someone from over here, or let's say McFarland Point or the Ridge. They won't be driving over to this ideally. This is just something that's again small for the local community.
Awesome, thank you.
question for Mr. Coates, is this going to be a lighted park?
There's no lights.
No lights, okay.
I don't believe there was any electricity run to the pavilion.
No.
There may be regular, regular security lights, but
At some point, we may install a couple of outlets and a security light there, and possibly a water fountain. We'd have to go back and look into the plan. Anything dealing with T-deck, if it's not on the front end, it's hard to get it on the back end. Because like when the mayor said, people asked if there were certain elements that we could change. I don't think we can go in there and do a big change like they're talking about, take that field and turn it into pickleball, since it wasn't proposed on the front end, because what they approved was our basic design that we submitted. Now, there may be a possibility inside those play zones to swap up some equipment, so it's not necessarily the equipment we proposed, but maybe something similar. But something as drastic as even, I think they would consider it drastic where maybe we wouldn't, is even building a bridge across that creek there to the other existing side. I don't even think we could do that, because that was mentioned and it was like that was kind of taboo since it wasn't proposed on the front end. Kind of similar with kind of what we're going through with the help me out, Andrew.
Greenway.
The Greenway, where we're trying to extend it to the boat ramp. They said anything you think you may want on there 20, 30 years from now, put it on the front side of it. If you build it on the front end, that's great. If you decide you're not going to build it on the front end, but you want to build it 15 years down the road, if it's in your initial plan, that doesn't have to come back for review. You can just go on to the next step. So that's kind of, I think, where we're at on that Brookside Park. Like the mayor said, the minutes have been submitted for the planning commission, so they're pretty much in their system. We're just waiting for the next go-ahead on the next step.
Giles, do you have any more questions about it?
No, sir, thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Miss Felicia?
Well, I would like to know when y'all find out what the sign-ups are for the children for playing ball, because I personally would like to donate. And I would hope that our board.
Say it again, I didn't hear you.
I personally would like to donate for a child to play ball.
Jerry, you got that on film?
I've donated before, I just
I
don't
know
tell
you
people.
have, but I have got to give you a
But
hard time.
I do hope that, you know, so that if there are any children that the parents can afford it, I would like to, and I would encourage our board to
Absolutely.
help
Yeah.
with that too.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Julia and get the prices on that and also talk to her about the sponsorship levels. So, and we'll have that for you next meeting.
Is that it?
That's it.
Only thing I'm gonna do is add to what Carol and Laura and them was saying is, and we come in here every month. I mean, let's say it. We come in here every month and we give you guys props and we thank you for the great job you're doing. There's really no words to say what a great job. We come up there, especially us Boma people and stuff, and everything is set up, it's fixed up. So looking forward to this weekend, and it's going to be with the weather holding true, it's going to be crazy. Everybody knows that, and I hope all your vendors show up, Kathy, because I know when them vendors don't show up, you get
Yeah, it gets a little hectic.
it gets a little hectic. So we are having a meeting next month according to this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Because we had
We're gonna
said
have one
something
next
earlier.
month. I don't think we have one planned for December.
Okay. All right, so our next meeting will be November the 21st at 6 p.m., same bat channel, same bat time. With that, I call this meeting adjourned.
Bye.